players make the party more live, go live, go live. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, trade 5. Perfect time and podcast make the party go live, go live, go live, go live. Let's go, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, trade 5. Perfect time and podcast make the party more live, more live, more live, more live on a Wednesday. Double tap hit the like button, everybody. Let's go, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, trade 5. Perfect time and podcast make the party go live, go live, go live. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You're welcome. I know you've been saying to yourself, man, I got to get to this Perfect Time and Podcast. I got to get to it, man. I have to hear him. I have to hear what he's talking about. I need to be there when he goes live. Like, share, subscribe right now. Double tap, hit the like button. That's what you got to do. Well, you made it, man. I want to tell you right now, guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines. Right now, guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines. As you come into the chat, show some love, peace, and respect in the chat. We got some serious topics to talk about today. So I'm asking you, as we start the podcast, show some love, peace, respect, and unity in the chat. Double tap, hit the like button as you come in. Double tap, hit the like button as you come in. Yeah, man, spread some love, peace, and unity in the chat, man. Double tap, hit the like button, man. I am the Perfect Time and Podcast, Perfect Time and Podcast, #1 podcast for geopolitical debate. Well, geopolitics is about, you know what I'm saying? So much for geopolitics anyway, but I'm the guy, man. I'm the politics guy. I'm the black guy with the tight eyes. Double tap, above the fold. Perfect Time and Podcast is above the fold, and you made it to the live stream at the beginning, man. You must have on your notification bell. You must be doing it well. You maybe are a member. We had Briz give out 10 memberships yesterday, man. Gave out 10 gifted. Oh, what a magnificent show, magnificent podcast, millions of views, thousands of subscribers, chat room go crazy. You want to be a member to get your name lit up in the chat, man. Membership has its privileges. I created these special emojis. We do these membership live streams, man. Membership has its privileges, man. I'm running a Somalian special right now. It's a Somalian special, and we're going to talk about Tim Walz. We got Tim Walz testimony. We got Iran update, Tim Walz testimony. Jasmine Crockett got fired. And everything that we're going to talk about, we're going to go into depth and go deep, man. We got a lot of new subscribers, man. So a lot of new people here. They're not familiar with all the work we did on Jasmine Crockett. A W chat, we could take a lot of Crockett for Jasmine Crockett being fired, because we said Jasmine Crockett was fired back during the first government shutdown. We're currently still shut down. DHS is unfunded. That means THS and Mike Johnson, majority leader, was talking about how this is affecting coastal guard. So it's a lot of people going unpaid, not just ICE, right? So the Democrats, again, are using this shutdown tactic. When did they use this shutdown tactic? Last year for 43 days. That was the longest shutdown in American history. The second longest shutdown in American history was in Donald Trump's first term, 35 days. Here, my chat, W chat, they predicted 41 days. I gave them the context. I said the first shutdown was 35 days. Do you guys, how many days do you predict this shutdown? They predicted 41 days. The shutdown went 43 days. Chuck Schumer and the Democrats held you hostage, your food stamps hostage, until after their special election. What was that special election all about? What was the shutdown all about? It was about their Democratic star, right? It was about Jasmine Crockett, Democratic star, darling of the DNC, darling of the Democrats, hope in future, Barack Obama, your black mama, you better vote black or you whack, you know? So the darling Jasmine Crockett seat got ate up. Jasmine Crockett's seat got ate up by those 5 seats. So if you're new here, you may not understand how in depth that we go on some of these topics and these issues. So you don't just get the Jasmine Crockett in the Senate race without understanding those 5 seats. It's the special election, the 43-day shutdown, why we always, MAGA knows the climate, hashtag MAGA knew the climate, MAGA knows the climate. We said from day one, this is a Democrat shutdown. We had to go through battle, debate after debate every day. It's not a Democratic shutdown. It's a Democratic shutdown. We never had a shutdown with a clean CR. And then I had to educate my audience and educate all of the haters and the player haters and the naysayers. Do you know what a clean CR is? Do you know what a clean resolution is? Do you know what a stopgap bill? Do you know we've never had a shutdown pass? We had a clean CR pass the House, and then it got stopped in the Senate. That's never happened in American history. I said to the naysayers, did you know that? No, they didn't know that. They didn't even know what a clean CR is. They didn't know that a clean CR, hashtag stopgap bill, gives the Democrats the victory. It basically funded the government at the Democratic level, the Biden levels. The Democrats had a victory. They handed them the victory. We can't come to a quorum now. We don't want to shut down the government. This is the Republicans. We don't want to shut down the government, so we'll do a clean CR, a stopgap bill to keep the government open. The stopgap bill, the clean CR, keeps the government at the previous budget, the one that was in effect when Donald Trump came into office, Biden's inflationary budget, right? That's what we have now to this day on this. We still have the clean CR. We don't have a budget yet. They still owe us a budget. So during this shutdown, we learn about these 5 seats in Texas. Greg Abbott redistricting. Now, since Greg Abbott redistricting and Jasmine Crockett being fired, what we learn is that the entire nation is moving more right. I showed the demographics where even that's why we get blue MAGA. The entire country is moving more to the right, right? And if it continues to move this way, like W Chat, we've said many a time, there will never be a Democrat who wins an election again. Double tap, hit the like button. Y'all watching the Perfect Timing Podcast. Let's go, let's go. Double tap, hit the like button. Y'all watching the Perfect Timing Podcast, #1 podcast on YouTube. And you finally made it, man. You're welcome and you're fired. Bye-bye. I make you go bye-bye. Jasmine Crockett fired. Jasmine Crockett, but we predicted it, man. We already knew she was fired, man. Y'all didn't know she was fired, man. Jasmine Crockett fired. Y'all didn't know she was fired. I knew she was fired. She been fired from the beginning. But this is the thing. It was the 5 seats, right? It was the 5 seats. A lot of people didn't understand that Jasmine Crockett was part of those 5 seats, right? Jasmine Crockett's district was part of those 5 seats. So when the 5 seats was redistricted by Greg Abbott, it went to the Supreme Court. And when the Supreme Court agreed with Greg Abbott and allowed him to redistrict those 5 seats, that was the end for Jasmine Crockett. She no longer could hold her 33rd district in Dallas. She was forced to run for Senate. We said in 2025, when Greg Abbott won the Supreme Court redistricting, Jasmine Crockett, in effect, was fired then. Jasmine Crockett, in effect, was fired. And let's get into this Iran, man. Double tap, hit the like button. #1 podcast on YouTube. Let's get into this Iran update, man. Let's get into this Iran update. I got to educate my audience, man. You know what we do here, man. Trump news, giving Democrats the blues, giving Democrats the boo. So the Democrats want to say this came out the blue. The Democrats are surprised. I've been doing my research. First, I gave you a lot of education going back to Monday. We laid down the foundation in the pipeline. I educated the American people and the audience here first on the Perfect Timing Podcast. Remember where you learned it first. The difference between Shia and Sunni and what it really means when they say the river to the sea and death to America, death to Israel, and death to the infidel. The difference between the Shia Muslim and the Shia-led regime, the Ayatollah Khomeini and Iran, and the difference between Shia and Sunni, right? I laid a foundation. A lot of the states, a lot of the Shia Islamic states that we've had problems with, Iran, Iraq, Bahrain, Lebanon, Syria, all Shia Muslim, right? All Shia Muslim. So I had to break down to people the different ideologies. We went back to 600 AD. We went back to the death of Muhammad. We went back to the actual fracture of Islam to understand that this is not truly an American problem. This is a political sector, religious zealots, right? A bunch of religious zealots having an argument on who they believe can run Islam and what's the true way that you administer Islam. And they've used different things to obtain power. We laid a foundation as to how the Shia Muslims came into power in Iran in 1979. What did we say about the Shia Muslims and Ayatollah Khomeini when he came to power in 1979? Well, we said that Russia was in Iran first. Russia, after World War II, saw Iran as a viable strategic pawn. So Russia first went after Iran, World War II, right? And then in the 1950s, you have a combined assault on Iran led by the CIA in the UK. So you have the CIA in the UK install a dirty Shah. Hashtag in the chat. You have the CIA in the UK install a dirty Shah, right? That's the foundation of how we get to the Shia Ayatollah Khomeini, right? So you have the Shah installed by the CIA. People argue that America and the Allied powers want instability in the region. Instability creates security. There was a doctrine, there was the Bolton doctrine, and an argument that that's what they wanted. I'm not getting into that. I'm just letting you know that in 1979, the Shia Muslim-led Ayatollah Khomeini came back to be the supreme leader under the guise of, I will protect you from the Allied powers and the Russians. I will protect you from the white colonizer. Colonize us. The colonizers took over Iran after World War II. Colonizers took over Iran in the 1950s with the CIA. So Ayatollah Khomeini came into power in 1979 under a dirty Shah who had created inflation, who had enriched the European nations via the Iranian oil. And he said, I will protect you. I will no longer let them steal our oil and take over our country, right? So he comes to power in 1979, and then he does a bamboozle. Oh, bamboozle. And then he comes to power with all these great promises. Oh, yeah. And what does he do immediately? Put in a theocracy. The IRC comes into power 30 days later, right? And women can't wear Women can't wear arms out. Women got to wear women got to be covered up 3/4 of cloth. Women can't work. Women can't drive. Women can't, all of this. And people are saying to themselves, what this got to do with the white people? I thought you told us that the white man was bad. I thought you told us you was going to go after the white man. As soon as you came into power, you start going after our women. You start going after our religious rights. You start going after our freedoms. Why would Ayatollah Khomeini do that? Why would the Shia move? To keep power. I told you this was political the whole time. I told you it was political the whole time, right? Double tap, hit the like button. So today, what I'm going to do today is I'm going to lay a foundation. Today, I'm going to lay a foundation as to how we got here, because some people I've heard, they're making predictions. They think we got here out of the blue. No, we did not get here out of the blue. Let me explain to you about who Iran is and the proxies that Iran have. How many of you have heard, and I know you've heard of these terms, the sad part is you haven't been able to connect them to who is funding them and who created them. Who have you heard of? Hezbollah. Have you heard of, let's keep it going. Have you heard of Hezbollah? Have you heard of Hamas? And have you heard of the Houthis, right? It's true that Hamas is Sunni, but Hamas is also funded by Iran. These individuals, Crockett Fire sounds awesome. Double tap hit the like button. Double tap hit the like button. These individuals who I'm going to teach you about today is how we got here. And don't forget, this is a Republican conservative channel. I know you may not like it, but there is a line. People saying, oh, he predicted. People are saying, oh, he predicted this conflict. No, any blind man could have predicted that we were going to invade Iran. So don't give anyone credit for any predictions until you listen to this podcast today. Double tap hit the like button. Double tap hit the like button. So let's start with Iran being Shia Muslim and the Iran ideology that prevailed when 1979, when Ayatollah Khomeini came to power, and he believed and he sold the Iranian people on death to the infidel, death to America, death to Israel, right? So if we hear that, but we don't understand how serious it was and how much that actually was played out, right? It was played out via Iranian proxy and proxy wars. If you want to understand a proxy war in immediate time, you have to look at Ukraine and Russia. When Hillary Clinton says we need to give the Ukraine more Tomahawk missiles, when Hillary Clinton, when we give the Ukraine $300 billion, That's what we're talking about. That's a proxy war. That's America in a conflict with Russia, but we're using Ukraine to fight that conflict. Iran believes in the death to America and the death to Israel and the people who had them captive for all this. And they are actually acting out on that, but the American people have been propagandized by the American media to demonize Israel. I'm going to lay some things out to you so you understand what's actually been going on in that region. For a long time, we've heard about Hamas. For a long time, we've heard about Hezbollah, we've heard about the Houthis, and we hear about these things that go on in the region where people are unalived and these horrible things happen, but we don't understand what's behind it and what's behind the doctrine to stop it. Israel is actually there. Israel is actually in the Middle East, surrounded by these groups of people who believe that they want them to die, who are actually carrying out actions against the people they want to die. Just like when they kept Americans hostage for 444 days. Hezbollah, Houthis, and the Hamas are actively doing killings and terrorist acts against Americans in Israel over the past, and it has upticked since Biden came into office. So I'm going to lay a foundation of how we get here, about Iran's hate for America and Israel and how they've used their proxies and fought a proxy war against America for the past 47 years. So you think we just started the war? No, we just started fighting back under Trump. Trump is the first president with some balls to fight back, but they have been attacking us for the past 47 years via proxy. And I'm going to tell you when it absolutely changed. Let me lay a foundation for you this morning. So as I did my research today, I said to myself, let me get a timeline of events of the proxy. So let's go over who these proxies are, right? Let's go over who these proxies are. Who are the proxies that I'm talking about who are funded by Iran, right? So I was wondering about the attacks that have been happening over in the Middle East, how they happen, and who is the true hand behind the wheel. A lot of people don't understand when we hear the terminology. For a long time, you heard the terminology, the head of the snake, right? The head of the snake, right? And cutting off the head of the snake. This is the doctrine that we're dealing with now. Iran Access of Resistance Network. Iran provides military and logistical support to a network of regional proxies to extend its influence and target adversaries. Hezbollah in Lebanon, Iran's most significant and heavily armed proxy, receiving an estimate $700 million annually for training and its arsenal of over 130,000 rockets. Do you understand what we're going to talk about today? Do you understand what I'm going to lay down today? See, this is what they're not telling you on the liberal media. Want you to hate Trump and not love you and love your country and understand what you were actually facing as an American and what was coming. What was inevitable is what we were going to invade Iran, and what was inevitable is Iran was always going to try to kill you. They have been preparing to kill you since 1979. I'm going to break this shit down to the very last compound. I just said $700 million a year. This ain't nothing to sneeze at. And that's just the first proxy, Hezbollah. So when you heard about Hezbollah, when you hear people talk about Hezbollah, why do you, what do you mean? No one knows what Hezbollah, they don't understand. I'm breaking it down for you today. Hezbollah is a proxy of Iran. Hezbollah fights on behalf of Iran to the tune of $700 billion annually. So when you hear about Venezuela oil and training camps in Venezuela for these terrorist groups, I hope you understand what's going on geopolitically. Next, Hezbollah, $700 million from Iran. Hamas in Gaza. Though they are a Sunni group, Hamas has received $350 million per year from Iran. And as of 2023, for weapons and training, $350 million to Hamas, another Iranian proxy. At this point, you got to be asking, well, shit, what do America got? Well, shit, what do Israel got? Because they've been telling us to hate Israel. They tell us about Messiah. Israel's this small country, very small. It's a small amount of people. Now, Perfect is telling us about Iran, which is a bigger country, a whole lot of people. They want to be nuclear. They're Shia Muslim. Shia Muslim means that they want to kill Israel, kill Jews, and kill Americans, and they actually act out on it. They actually put their money where their mouth is. They're actually buying weapons to the tune of $700, damn near $1 billion to Hezbollah, $400 million to Hamas. Now, how do you feel about everything you've heard? Now, how do you feel about everything you heard, how they demonize Israel, how they want you to hate Israel? Imagine being Israel. Imagine actually living in the Middle East, surrounded by people who want you to die. From the river to the sea, surrounded by people who are paying billions of dollars annually to get to your death. This is what they never tell you about the Israeli conflict. They never tell you this about the Israeli conflict. They only want to demon. Isn't it funny how Iran and Shia Muslims have been successful at getting American sympathizers, but Americans don't know both sides? Americans don't know both sides? Huh? Double tap, hit the like button. So we got some player haters coming in. Can y'all, I will entertain the player haters. I will entertain the player haters. Can you explain to me why you feel that way? Can you explain to me why you feel that way? Because I'm coming in with facts, and all you can say is this and that. Here goes somebody who understands what's really going on. It says, I was 18 years old from Shorty. I was 18 years old when I remember Iranians chanting death to America. I felt that and I took it seriously. It was truly upsetting. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's go, everybody. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. I don't be playing. I aggressively block his ass. Block his. I aggressively block. If you haven't noticed, this is the #1 podcast on YouTube. This is a privilege to be part of my chat room, right? I leave my chat room open because we're on our path to 100,000. But I warn people all the time. It's a privilege to be part of this community. We're building a community of friends. I say love and respect. When we first start, I tell everybody, guard your privacy, abide by the community guidelines, share some love and respect in the chat. Come into the chat with love and respect, and come into the chat with facts. I don't want to hear ad hominems and personal attacks. If you want to debate, I'm more than happy to debate. I'm more than happy to debate. Come on with it. But the ad hominem attacks and then the people from the peanut gallery is not going to be tolerated. You're going to get blocked because we have a message here today. You're going to get blocked. And I know you don't know what I'm presenting. I know the problem is you lack the information, right? We're laying a foundation today on, I say there is a timeline. There is a timeline from the election of Joe Biden and when Joe Biden did what he did in Afghanistan and everybody in the region was looking. There are things that you don't understand why Joe Biden lost the election and why we led up to Iran and why we even had what we had. Now, let me go back and lay the foundation so I can present to you my line. I see a line. If you're watching anybody say he's made a prediction, ain't nobody made no damn prediction. Double tap, hit the like button, get the likes up. Ain't nobody made no damn prediction. A blind person could see we was going into Iran. If you understand the comment I just highlighted, they have been at war with us for 47 years. Right now, I am laying down to you. Shout out to my brother Scott Jennings. Double tap to I'm got some video from him today too. Scott Jennings was saying we invaded Iran because they've been at war with us for 47 years. I am laying it down here. I see on my podcast they got 2 minutes. I got 2 hours, and I got your time right now. Double tap, hit the like button. I'm telling you how. Scott Jennings said 47 years. I'm laying it down for you. They had a war with us via proxy. So what I just laid down to everybody, double tap hit the like button. Hezbollah is a proxy of Iran. They give Hezbollah $700 million annually for training and arsenal. Hezbollah, they have gifted over 130,000 rockets. How do you feel about that being American? Now, if you don't want to get to Iran hates you, how do you think Hezbollah feels about you? I know this is shaking a lot of people up. They're saying to themselves, damn. They're saying to themselves, damn, he right. I might not like all of this, but shit, Hezbollah is getting $1 billion a year. Hezbollah has 130,000 rockets supplied to them by Iran. Iran has these factories where all they do is produce rockets. How many rockets do y'all know Iran produce a year? How many rockets is Iran produce a month? How many missiles? Did y'all know how they just a missile farm? What they gonna do with the missiles? They think they gonna just build up like Legos? They just gonna play with the missiles? Huh? They approximately at 100 missiles. Before the recent U.S. airstrikes, ballistic missile production estimated at approximately 100 missiles per month. What the fuck was Hezbollah gonna do with 130,000 missiles? Huh? What was Hezbollah gonna do with 130,000 ballistic missiles? What was you gonna do if you didn't know when they start shooting missiles? Because you have been sympathizing with the motherfucking Iranians on every college fucking campus, right? Every college campus. But what happens when they finally want to do what they've been swearing they was gonna do before? Hamas. $350 million. We almost had $2 billion from motherfucking Iran and their proxies. Now the Houthis. So we got Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas in Gaza, almost $1.5 billion, and now we got the Houthis in Yemen. A Shia Zadi group that Iran has equipped with ballistic missiles and drones. The Houthis in Yemen are a Shia Zadi group that Iran has equipped with ballistic missiles and drones used to attack Israel and Red Sea shipping. Did you guys know that shit? Did you guys know that shit? Now, let me get to my theory today. I said I could draw a line. I could draw a line. And you know my name is Simon. Y'all remember Simon with the chalk? I could draw a motherfucking line. So somebody said about, they remember when they used to say death to America, right? So I said, you know what? It would be easy for me to go to October 7th and to shit on everybody with their fake facts, talking about they know about what's going on right now and they predicted it. We could easily go to October 7th, right? But there's a timeline of Iran proxy events and attacks since 2020, 2021. When Biden took office and Biden had the failure in Afghanistan, this is when this all began. Do you guys understand that nothing happens out of the blue? Nothing happens. The attacks on Israel October 7th, there was a groundwork for that. Hamas and Iran felt comfortable with being able to attack Israel and America, what they have always planned since 1979. Can we have a real talk this morning? So I'm going to lay down to you the foundation of the feckless Biden-Harris regime, right? And how we got into all of these conflicts. Because remember, these conflicts started under Biden. Remember, the Russian invasion happened under Biden when Kamala Harris went to Munich and said that the Ukraine has a desire and a need to be part of NATO. Then Putin invaded. And at the same fucking time, you have Israel being attacked, or Iran attacking Israel via their Hamas proxy arm in October 2nd, 7th, both under the Biden regime, both after Biden fucked up in Afghanistan and made us look weak to the whole world. Biden, do you guys understand the Republicans are not the only ones who saw Biden going to sleep? We're not the only ones who saw Biden with the inability to lead the richest, most powerful country in the world. Guess who else saw it? Iran. The people who want us dead saw this weak old man as our leader with an inability to do what Trump is doing. Let me lay the foundation of what happened since 2021, how we got to October 7th, and why we're here today. In 2021 of April, indirect nuclear talks began in Vienna, but stall as Iran begins 60% uranium enrichment. Now, Iran was offered uranium, and they were told they could not have a nuclear program or an enrichment program. But right in Joe Biden's face, they say, fuck you, fuck nuclear talks, fuck peace. We're going to develop a nuclear bomb. We're going to go forward with our nuclear uranium enrichment. July 2021, an Iranian drone attack on MT Mercer Street oil tanker kills 2 members, escalating the maritime shadow war. Remember, I told you we're at a war with Iran. No one is educating you how we got here. I'm showing the line. I'm showing the line. 2022, failed diplomacy and proxy buildup. Remember, I explained to you what a proxy is. January, March 2022, Houthis launched major missile and drone attacks on UAE and Saudi Arabia, demonstrating long-range capabilities provided by Iran. I'm going to read that 2 more times. Sometimes in life, you got to read things 3 times, right? I've laid down a foundation, but it's not enough to read it 1 time. I'm going to read that 2 more times so you understand and see the line. I saw the line, a line in the sand. January, March 2022, Houthis launch major missile and drone attacks on UAE and Saudi Arabia, demonstrating long-range capabilities provided to them by Iran. Double tap it. Like button. There's not enough likes. We got to get this message out there. We got to inform the American people what's really going on. Double tap, hit the like button. You do this to the screen. Boop, 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 boop. Double tap, hit the like button. Not enough likes. Like and share with a like-minded person. Like, share, subscribe with a like-minded person. We got to get this out there. This is real information. We got to get this out there. We can't let the American people be hoodwinked and bamboozled by the left-wing socialist left media. We got to tell them the truth. I to tell them, I know you've heard of the Houthis and not known who the Houthis are. I know you've heard of Hezbollah and not known. A lot of you have heard these names over the past 15 years during the Democratic regime and the Democratic failures in the Middle East. The Democrats' inability to stabilize the Middle East. You hear about Houthis attack. You hear about a Hezbollah attack. You hear about a Hamas attack. Nothing ever stops. You just hear attack after attack. Can you be honest with me? Can you be honest with me since you've been alive? How do you know these groups? Where they attack, they kill. That's the only way you know them. You don't know them by any positive means, do you? Today, the first time you're learning, these groups are supplied by the billions of dollars and to the tune of 130,000. It's actually kind of absurd that someone would not understand why we would go into Iran and get rid of the Shia Muslim who believe we need to die and who have built up arms and use these proxies to fight a war against us. It's almost like you don't really know what the fuck you're talking about. 130,000 missiles, $700 million just to one arm of their proxy. Just to one arm. So you have to add up Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis. What do you get? You get a proxy war against America that's been waged in the shadows. A proxy war against America that's been waged in the shadow. And I hate to tell you guys, America's been losing. America and Israel is actually losing this war because of your liberal socialist ideologies and beliefs. You don't support Israel, our true ally. You don't support America. You don't support the American president. You are more quickly and inclined and prone to support the Iranians and Gazans without truly understanding the conflict. What they believe religiously and ideology, that's the sad and sick part. Double tap hit the like button, not enough likes, man. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Not enough likes, man. #1 podcast on YouTube, laying down a fire foundation. Ain't no predictions. People being surprised. It's levels to this debate, man. I sometimes I say I talk ahead of my audience, man. It's levels to this debate shit, man. It's levels to this political arena. To some people, they could be fascinated by anybody saying some shit about, oh, I predicted this and this and that and that and that and that and that and that and that. You know what I'm saying? But the fact that on the ground is that, it's levels to this shit. And some people didn't graduate high school. They're not college educated. You know what I'm saying? So when I saw the line, I was able to see the line, and then I did the research to back up my thoughts. I did the research to back up my beliefs and my thoughts. Let's continue with this line that I've drawn. 2022 failed diplomacy. Y'all want to see? I'll show y'all real quick, but I know y'all like looking at me. I got my favorite sweatsuit coat on today. I'm doing my Rev run. How y'all like my Rev? How you like me now? How you like me now? How you like me now? Got my Rev run. So this is where I got my research right here. I don't even know if y'all could read it, man, because it'd be so small. But this is where we at right here. This is where we read it from. That's the research right there. 2022 diplomacy and proxy buildup. January, March 2022, Houthis launch large missile and drone attacks on UAE and Saudi Arabia, demonstrating long-range capabilities provided by who? Iran. August 2022, the U.S. launches airstrikes in Syria against IRGC-backed militias following rocket attacks on U.S. bases. This is what we are talking about, ladies and gentlemen. This is not out of the blue. There has been a proxy war being fought in the shadows. You're not privy to it, but I'm not mad at you. I understand. We talked about it the other day. We talked about Operation Occupy Wall Street. We talked about the mortgage crisis. We talked about COVID-19 shutdown, all of these things, 9/11, that has been keeping America traumatized for over the past 20 years, where you're not able to truly pay attention and focus on these geopolitics in the way I've been able to do research and break it down. Right? 2022, the U.S. launches airstrikes in Syria. I know you probably recall that, right? I know you probably recall Barack Obama having issues in Syria and it actually being a bad thing for Barack Obama because he had to leave Syria with his legs between his tail. Do y'all remember that? So here it is, finally we learned when Barack Obama was going through what he was going through in Syria. What did I teach you? I said that Syria, Lebanon, Iran, and Iraq, Bahrain, they're all Shia Muslim states that have sworn us as enemies. They never tell you this on the liberal media because they want to make the different presidents look bad. But in August 2022, the U.S. actually strikes back against an IRGC bloc-backed militia. Now, who is in Syria, right? Remember what I taught you. Which one of the proxies are in Syria? I believe it's the Houthis, correct? Are the Houthis in Syria being backed by Iran? When they say Iranian proxies, remember we just taught you the three arms of the snake. Cutting off the head of the snake. This is what we're talking about today. Cutting off the head of the snake and the three arms of the proxy. Y'all got to remember this shit now. Write this shit down. Houthis are in Yemen, right? And Hamas is Gaza. Hezbollah is Lebanon. So that's why I didn't say what. Okay, so Syria has another IRCG-backed group, but of no name. So that's four arms of the snake, right? Because I wanted to find out which of the three that we presented today are operating in Syria. And we got Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas in Gaza, and the Houthis in Yemen. But in Syria, there is another Iranian-backed proxy army. That means they're giving them hundreds of millions of dollars and drones and missiles to the effect that they were able to execute an attack on us. We attacked them in August 2022. 2023, the Ring of Fire, and October 7th. June 2023, Israel seizes crypto accounts linked to IRGC Hezbollah used for financing terror operations. Now, wow, this brings up a lot when we talked about Nancy Guthrie. Y'all remember when we talked about Nancy Guthrie, right? And I talked about the inability to track the digital footprint and how these individuals were probably from outside of the country. Outside of the country with the ability to hide the crypto wallet and to be able to hide the IP and the VPN address, because those emails should have been able to be tracked. They haven't been able to be tracked. They haven't been able to track the digital footprint. This speaks more to when Trump said Somalian pirates and that we have a new criminal after the Biden-Harris open border. We have a new criminal with a different cultural background, with a different criminal makeup. Thank you, Biden. Thank you, Harris. double tap hit the like button. Let's get the likes up, man. Double tap hit the like button. #1 podcast on YouTube. The Iran update. Double tap hit the like button. So again, we're drawing the line. June 2023, Israel seizes crypto accounts linked to IRGC and Hezbollah used for financing terror operations. October 7, 2023, Hamas launches the deadliest attack in Israel history. While Iran denied direct planning, it officially supported the militants. Not just supported the militants by officially saying so, they funded Hamas to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars, missiles, and drones. This is the first time you're understanding that the attack on Israel was an attack by Iran. The attack on Israel in October 7th was an attack by Iran. And if everybody always said, Bibi has something to do it. Even my brother Charlie Kirk, rest in peace, said, was there a stand-down order? What was never understood and talked about October 7th, when people questions Hamas' ability to carry out and successfully execute October 7th, is the fact that they were being funded, trained, helped by Iran and IRCG proxy. And the attack on Israel on October 7th was actually an attack by Iran on America and Israel. That's what happened. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's keep going. October 8th, present, Hezbollah begins daily rocket fire into northern Israel, and Houthis began targeting Red Sea shipping. So all we've ever heard, think about this, you guys. All you've ever heard about this conflict is Israel bad. That's all you ever get on the news. Israel bad. Israel bad. That's all you ever hear. Israel is trying to Epstein. Israel is running Trump. Israel this, Israel that. Why don't they give you both sides so you can make up your mind? Why don't they give you both sides and give you the complete truth? Because that's not how propaganda works. That's not how propaganda works. It's a reason why you believe and feel the way you feel about Israel. I argue it's a reason why you believe and feel the way you feel about America and Trump. It's sick and perverted right now that we have so many American people who don't love their country and don't love their president and have more empathy and sympathy for foreigners, whether they're from across the Mexican-American border or the Syrian-Iranian border. They can empathize with Gaza. They can empathize with Iran, but they can't empathize with Trump and America. It's actually kind of sick and perverted. Let's go into it right here. Let's lay it. This is my argument for saying that is, you know about October 7th, which was the deadliest attack in Israel history. It was their 9/11. But did you know that it didn't stop for them? When people talk about Israel's bad and Israel's doing all this bad stuff, did you know it didn't stop for them? What actually happened? Because the Iranians have been successful with I believe the Iranians have funded some of these protests in American colleges, and they have been successful with wooing the socialist left, and they knew they could get away with this, and that's why they did it, because they knew Joe Biden and they knew the socialist left would not push back. So after the attacks on October 7th, it didn't just stop there. On October 8th, Hezbollah begins daily rocket fire into northern Israel. This was a war. This was Iran launching a war against Israel because they felt that they were weak under Joe Biden's protection. It wasn't just October 7th when Hamas launched the deadliest attack. That was followed up by another Iranian proxy, Hezbollah. So you have Hamas on the 7th, you have Hezbollah on the 8th, and the Houthis. All of the Iranian proxies converge on Israel at one time. America can't even get involved and help Israel because the sentiment is so bad. Joe Biden is the president. Now remember, Joe Biden is the president in 2023. We don't come to the aid of Israel. We don't come to the aid. Sentiment is so bad in America, we don't even try to help. We don't say shit. How y'all feel about that? We don't come to the aid of Israel. We know about Iran. We know about Iran's desires. We know about their proxies, and we don't help. They're being attacked on all fronts. October 7th by Hamas, October 8th by Hezbollah and the Houthis. And they're targeting the shipping in northern Israel, and they're targeting the Red Sea. October 2023, February 2024, U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria are attacked over 160 times by pro-Iranian militias. As if they knew they could do this while the Democrats were in power. I argue that we need to hunker down. I argue, instead of playing politics, that we need to be understanding these things and know that I believe the Iranians knew that Trump would retaliate. I believe they knew and understood the climate. Just like I say all the time, MAGA understands the climate. I believe Iran knew the political climate in America. They're paying attention. It's 4D chess. They attacked in that time for a reason. They felt Biden was weak. They saw how he left Afghanistan. They saw how Biden left with his tail between his legs in Afghanistan. They saw Americans' inability or refusal to protect their own borders. They probably sent people across the border. I told you, we had 2 crashes with CDLs with people who were not Mexican American. They didn't come from South America, but they came across the border during 2022. Where did they come from? They came from Yemen. Now we learn that Yemen is an Iran Shia-sponsored Muslim state. Why do we have Yemenis coming here across the border, not through legal means? We basically let the enemy in the door, but they didn't tell you. They did not tell you that about these Shia Islamic states that I've told you about today. They're not telling you Iran, Iraq, Bahrain, Lebanon. They're not telling you that all these Shia Muslim Islamic states want you dead. I don't know why they're not telling you this. Joe Biden opens the border knowing this. I know you got to look back at this shit and say to yourself, what really happened in 2020? What was going on for those 4 years? I've said it many times. It felt like that 40 years in the Bible, so much damage was done to the American people, to the American country during those 4 years. It's not just the Mexican-American border. It's not just the Ukrainian-Russian border. It's not just the Gaza and the Israel border. Now it's all of this shit was allowed to build up under. This is what happens when you elect someone who is not qualified for the job. This is a fucking DEI fucking example for everybody. This is why you don't do DEI. Double tap, hit the like button, because this is what you end up with. This global geopolitical shit soup that we're in right now. So Israel gets attacked in 2023, and then again October 8th, all of Iran proxies start to jump them. October 2023 to February 2024, U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria are attacked over 160 times. I know it's hard to believe, but that's the actual truth. April 1st, 2024, Israel strikes the Iranian consulate in Damascus, killing 2 generals. Iran responds with this first ever direct missile barrage on Israel. This going back to April 2024, you guys. This was inevitable. September 2024, Israel assassinates Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah and kills Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar in October. June 2025, the U.S. and Israel launched Operation Midnight Hammer, bombing Iranian nuclear sites at Nass and fought. That was a 12-day war. What I want to present to you today and say to you that this is a war that's been going on for 47 years. And before October 7th, there was a doctrine that we could fight Iran by fighting the Iranian proxies. There was a belief that Israel, if we gave Israel money, if we gave Israel weapons, that we can protect Israel by defeating the Iranian proxies, right? That was the methodology, and that was the belief before October 7th. After October 7th, the ideology changed from fighting directly with Israel proxies to then cutting off the head of the snake. Understanding what I told you here today, that Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis do not exist without Iran. They don't have weapons, drones, or money, funding, training, food without Iran. Cut off the head of the snake. So when they attacked on October 7th, after attack, going back to when Joe Biden took office in 2020 in the failed nuclear peace talks by the Biden administration, inability to do any geopolitics. The reason the Democrats lost is that the American people didn't trust that they can handle these geopolitical issues that we're talking about and discussing today, this morning. That's why Biden and lost. They got us into this shit, and the American people did not believe, after watching Joe Biden and Kamala Harris fuck up the Mexican-American border, fuck up in Afghanistan. They did not believe that they could fix the problems, fuck up with Israel and Gaza. They did not believe, fuck up with Russia and Ukraine. All of this shit under Biden, Mexican-American border, Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Gaza, all of this shit under Biden. And not one peace talk with Putin, not one peace talk with Bibi, not one talk with Maduro. He didn't do shit while he was president, but let the world go to shit. How many of you understood that when Israel was attacked, they were attacked the next day by the rest of the Iranian proxies? Why didn't they tell you the war started then? The war started October 7th when Iran attacked Israel with all three of their proxy armies. Hezbollah, Houthis, and Hamas all attacked Israel in October 2023. And there was no response from Biden and the Americans. There was no response from Biden and the Americans. I say to you today, that is when the doctrine changed. And if I was Israel, I would feel the same way. Nobody had my back. This is my 9/11, and I don't have any allies. And they're continuing to bomb me. If I fold in this moment, Israel could have been gone. They could have lost Israel. If I fold in this moment, you could have lost Israel. But instead, they fought. And now what has been said is that Israel was going to invade Iran to cut off the head of the snake. What is the one way? Now listen to this. What is the one way, if you're Israel, how do you stop having an October 7th again? How do you stop having an October? There's only one way to make sure you never have another October 7th, right? And that is to stop Iran and their proxy war and to take the Shias out of power. The Shia Muslim is only 10% of Muslims. 80 to 90% of Muslims are Sunni, and they don't believe in this jihad. The Shia believe in this jihad. The only way to stop the jihad is to stop the sponsor of the jihad. And then the only other thing to understand is it's not a real jihad. Those people who are in power in Iran who believe in this bullshit, it's all political. It's all to keep them in power and to keep them rich and fat. That's why they don't have the majority of Muslims with them. Double tap hit the like button, man. Double tap hit the like button. I'm laying the foundation. Did y'all like that line? I just drew a line, man. I just drew a line from the election of Joe Biden and his inability. The connection from 2020 election to 2026 invasion of Iran is marked by a shift from containment and diplomacy to direct military confrontation. Following the failure of nuclear negotiations, the JCPOA, and a surge in proxy violence, there has been a surge in proxy violence since 2022. There is a clear line, not just the Iran invasion in March, but there is a clear line from 2020 to October 7th to 2026. That's what I do on my podcast. Double tap it the like button. #1 podcast on motherfucking YouTube. Number one motherfucking podcast on YouTube. Double tap, get the likes up. Number one podcast on motherfucking YouTube. That's what I do here, man. Get the likes up. Double tap, hit the like button. Now, can you make a prediction now that you really understand American history and geopolitics and you understand this goes back to 2020 and Biden and it matters who you vote for president? It matters who you vote for Mayor Zarani Mondani. It matters who you vote for Governor Spanberger, giving herself, tripling her salary while raising your taxes. Mondani raising your taxes, make sure you can't live in New York. It matters who you vote for. The Democrats love to put out these people, oh, don't vote. Your vote don't count. Your vote don't matter. Yeah? Well, look at what the fuck Biden and Harris did. Both of them unqualified. Harris never should have been in the White House. Biden should have been asleep somewhere. And look what happened. Well, they were truly asleep at the wheel. You know what the fucked up part is? We were not the only ones. MAGA was not the only ones who understood and saw that they were asleep. That's the fucked up part. MAGA was not the only ones who understood and saw that they were asleep. Double tap, hit that like button, man. Get the likes up, man. Get the likes up. Let me get me a goal, man. Start the goal, man. All right, we got our goal up. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Come on in, everybody. All we do is win. And if you came from MAGA, put your hands in the air, let them stay there. All we do is win. Wednesday on the Purpose of the Podcast. Back with the blast, in and out with a dash. 2026 won't last. Let's go, baby. Just laying a fire foundation, man. Just laying a foundation, man. The argument that the October 7th was a trigger. Today I'm arguing, today I'm penning a line going back to 2020 when Biden was elected and the failed nuclear negotiation talks and the uptick in proxy violence that can be tracked back to Biden's election. And then I can also continue that line with the argument that the October 7th was the trigger. The evidence that supports me is the 2023 attack proved that Iran's access of resistance was capable of scale of violence that made the status quo impossible to maintain. You understand, the status quo of going directly at Hamas was no longer a viable way to protect Israel and American allied powers. From a military standpoint, the 2026 invasion is the attempt to permanently dismantle the infrastructure that funded and planned October 7th. Double tap, hit the like button, man. That's my argument today, that there is a line from 2020, the election of Joe Biden, that failed nuclear peace agreement that was followed up by Iran spitting in our face and continue to enrich uranium to 60% and then attacking allied powers up to 160 times. So before October 7th, you guys got to understand this, because then you won't be surprised about October 7th. Before October 7th, the Iranians and their proxies attacked us 160 times just to make sure Biden bitch ass was not going to do nothing. They knew Biden bitch ass was not going to protect Israel. February 2024, U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria are attacked over 160 times by pro-Iranian militias. How can you say Israel was wrong for continuing this conflict, not knowing the whole time that they were the ones attacked and the people who attacked them never stopped firing their hundreds of thousands of ballistic missiles? This shit is crazy when you really listen to what I'm saying. This shit is crazy when you really understand. The connection from the 2020 election to 2026 invasion of Iran is marked by a shift from containment and diplomacy to direct military confronting following the failure of our nuclear negotiation and a surge in proxy violence in October 7th, 2023. Attack served as a catalyst. The attack on October 7th served as a catalyst for the current source of the problem and doctrine. This is inevitable. It was mathematical and it's elementary. Watson, this ain't even algebra, bruh. If you listen to how I lay out this line, the argument that October 7th was the trigger, the evidence supports me in that argument. The 2023 attack proved that Iran's axis of resistance, hashtag axis of resistance. What's the axis of resistance, you may ask? It's those proxy arms that Iran funds to the tune of billions of dollars annually. Hezbollah, Houthis, and Hamas. That is the axis of resistance. That's not including the group in Syria. This was capable of scale of violence that made the status quo impossible to maintain. Listen to what I'm saying. I am arguing this morning that October 7th was the trigger, and the evidence supports me, and it's October 7th carried out by the axis of resistance made it impossible to maintain that we only focus on Hamas. The conversation on the news that you guys were hoodwinked into believe, why would Bibi give a fuck about Hamas? I promise you, Bibi doesn't give a fuck about Hamas. They made it this big thing that Bibi gave so much of, it was never about Hamas. It was always about Iran. Bibi and Israel were always going to go after Iran after October 7th. That's my argument this morning. Iran made it so. It wasn't that Israel chose to go after Iran, is that after Iran used Hamas to attack Israel on that level, just like we were attacked on 9/11. See, we never understood the analogy when Israel kept saying, it's our 9/11, it's our 9/11. We thought, we're looking at the number of dead. We're in America, we're so cold-hearted. In America, we're so cold-hearted that we never went deeper to truly understand why it is their version of 9/11. Huh? That's an excellent question. Rick said, how many proxy wars did we support? This is an excellent question, my brother Rick. So it helps people understand the proxy argument. So you're new here, but what I talked about is Ukraine. I talked about Hillary Clinton at the Munich Security Council recently. Hillary Clinton said, how do we move forward in Ukraine? Hillary Clinton said, we need to give the Ukraine more Tomahawk missiles. My brother, what would you call it if America is giving the Ukraine Tomahawk missiles? You know what I've talked about here? I've talked about Nazi proliferation in the Ukraine, as in the Azov Battalion. I'm sure you're a smart guy. You might have your own YouTube channel. You may know about the Azov Battalion, a Nazi neo-national football hooligan group who came to power in the 2014 revolution. The thing about them is that Joe Biden and Barack Obama legitimized these Nazi football hooligans and then allowed them to join the Ukrainian army without ever, some of them had criminal records and everything, but they were allowed to join the Ukrainian army. The leader of the Azov Battalion was allowed to join the parliament in the Ukraine. Then one of the number one points in the Russia-Ukraine peace talks that are happening currently, even though we're in Iran, this happened while we're in a trilateral peace talks in Abu Dhabi. One of the number one things in the trilateral peace talks with Russia and the Ukraine in Abu Dhabi is no more Nazis. Double tap hit the like button. Can I get no more Nazis? For all the smart people in the chat, can we get no more Nazis? Russia and Putin supposed to be the bad guys, right? Think about it, you guys. Russia and Putin is supposed to be the bad guys. One of the number one things that Putin wants from the Ukraine is to stop the Nazi proliferation. It's number one or two. Number one is no nuclear bomb. Number two is no more Nazis in the Ukraine, as in the Azov Battalion, as in American proxy. Isn't it fucked up as we go into this that America is using the Azov Battalion, neo-Nazis as a proxy? Isn't that fucked up? This is how you understand Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas, and what's the other motherfucker? The Houthis, right? This is how you understand, right? Great question. I know you were trying to be a dick. But it's okay if you come in and you disagree with me and you do it intelligently, because what you will do is you will allow me to educate the audience even further, because I know you're not as intelligent as me, or you would be doing what I'm doing. All you do is allow me to educate the people even further. Thank you for bringing that up. So now we have a foundation of what a proxy is, even when America uses a proxy, like in the Ukraine. Right? So thank you, because I wanted to educate the people that we are currently in a war with Russia. When people are saying this is a global war happening right now, we are currently in a conflict with Russia. It's a proxy war, like Iran versus America and Israel. Iran has been fighting a proxy war against us. They actually have bodies, brothers and sisters. I just read to you the numbers. Iran attacked us over 160 times. They kill Americans over and over. Now, you want to hear about them attacking Israel, but the truth is they consistently attack American bases, kill American service workers. Biden just didn't do shit about it. Biden just didn't do shit about it. They have continually attacked us. I did my timeline. I did my timeline. And so we don't do that, brother. We block the dickheads. You out of here with that dickhead shit. We block the dickheads. I told them earlier, we block the dickheads, right? But if you come in with an intelligent rebuttal and intelligent pushback, I want that, because you will allow me to educate the audience even further. You allow me to educate the audience even further, right? Again, my argument is that October 7th was the trigger. The evidence I've presented today supports my argument that the 2023 attack proved that Iran's axis of resistance, that is those proxy arms, Hezbollah, Houthis, and Hamas, was capable of a scale of violence that made the status quo, meaning Israel focusing on Hamas, stopped October 7th. Israel, believing that they could stop the violence by defeating the proxies, stopped on October 7th, because they understood how powerful and prolific Iran and its proxies had become. That at that point, they were pushed by Iran into a conflict, and they would have to fight Iran head up in order to prevent another October 7th. Double tap hit the like button. Double tap hit the like button. That they would have to go to war with Iran to prevent another October 7th. So Tucker Carlson and all these people saying, oh, Trump is this and Trump is that. They don't want to be honest about the truth in that region. They're not telling you about the Iran axis. They're not telling you about all the attacks that they did. 160 attacks, all the death, all the carnage, how much money they gave to these people. $700 million just to Hezbollah. 130,000 missiles just to Hezbollah. That's not Hamas. That's not the Houthis. It was 400 million to Hamas, but 700 million just to Hezbollah. And 130,000, I'm going to keep saying it because the number is so comical. It's like a fucking comic book number for you not to want to go deal with people who have 100, and what the fuck do you think they're going to do with 130,000 missiles? What are they going to do with 130,000 missiles? I'll tell you what they're going to do. They're going to shoot them at the people they want to kill. That's me and you. America and Israel. What are they going to do with 130,000 missiles? Come on, people. What are they going to do with 130,000 missiles? I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right now what they're going to do. And what they did and what they've been doing since 2020. I had to lay this foundation. Had to lay this foundation, y'all. Had to lay this foundation, y'all. Give y'all some great information, man. Give y'all some great information. I had to lay this foundation so y'all understand when we go into different things. Double tap, hit the like button. Also in my research, I believe the White House is saying that we may have troops on the ground. I don't want to misspeak, but I believe the White House has said we have troops on the ground in Iran. And a lot of people have said, well, let me see where we gonna go first. Jasmine Crockett fired. How y'all like Jasmine Crockett being fired, man? Double tap it, the like button, man. Let's get into it, man. Let's get into it so we have everything. It's all good. They be thinking we in a rush, man. They don't know. They be thinking we in a rush, man. They be thinking we in a rush, man. We not in a rush, man. They think we in a rush. We're not in a rush, man. We got all day. We got all day to present this fire information. That's what we're gonna do. We got all day to present this fire information. Double tap hit the like button. President.
A shot if that was possible. And if we didn't terminate the worst deal, one of the worst deals ever made, the Obama, we didn't do it first. They would have done it to Israel and give us a shot if that was possible. And if we didn't terminate the worst deal, one of the worst deals ever made, the Obama nuclear deal, I call it the Obama nuclear deal, where he gave everything to Iran, including a nuclear weapon. It was a road to a nuclear weapon. Bad things would have happened 4 years ago because they would have had a weapon 4 years ago if I didn't terminate that deal. We didn't do it first. They would have done it to Israel and give us a shot if that was possible.
Trump on Iran, why we struck Iran first, and Iran's ability to acquire a nuclear weapon. Double tap at the like button, Perfect Time Podcast.
And if we didn't terminate the worst deal, one of the worst deals ever made, the Obama nuclear deal, I call it the Obama nuclear deal, where he gave everything to Iran, including a nuclear weapon. It was a road to a nuclear weapon. Bad things would have happened 4 years ago because they would have had a weapon 4 years ago if I didn't terminate that deal. We didn't do it first. They would have done it to Israel and give us a shot of that.
Trump on Iran. Y'all watching the #1 podcast. Y'all watching the #1 podcast on YouTube. Double tap hit the like button. Let's go.
Everybody that seems to want to be a leader, they end up dead. And it's an amazing thing that's taking place before your eyes, because for 47 years we were pushed around and we shouldn't have been. And I think I can say, and you see it as well as I do, you see the tremendous progress that's being made. Their missiles are being wiped out rapidly. Their launchers are being wiped out. They're attacking. Their leadership is just rapidly going. Everybody that seems to want to be a leader, they end up dead. And it's an amazing thing that's taking place before your eyes, because for 47 years we were pushed around and we should.
47 years we was pushed around. Somebody said in the chat, it's a difference between a Democratic president and a Republican president. Amen. For 47 years we were pushed around, man. Over and over, these guys, man, attacked us and nothing was done, man. They attacked us for years and nothing was done. Double tap hit the like button, man. Donald Trump on the Iran invasion, and I just laid a foundation of a timeline from 2020 to October 7th to 2026 Iran invasion. Let's go. #1 podcast on YouTube for geopolitical debate and discussion. Perfect timing podcast.
Their leadership is just rapidly going. Everybody that seems to want to be a leader, they end up dead. And it's It's an amazing thing that's taking place before your eyes, because for 47 years we were pushed around, and we shouldn't have been. And I think I can say, and you see it as well as I do, you see the tremendous progress that's being made. Their missiles are being wiped out rapidly. Their launchers are being wiped out. They're attacking
which we have to do after you. How do you feel about this now, knowing that they had 130,000 missiles that they wanted to use on you? How do you feel about this now, knowing they had 130,000 missiles they wanted to use on you, against you? Double tap at the like button. Trump on Iran.
Their leadership is just rapidly going. Everybody that
Trump on Iran. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button.
Somebody say, I would say. Somebody said, on a scale of 10, where would you rate it? I said about a 15. And we're going to continue to do well. We have the greatest military in the world by far. And that was a tremendous threat to us for many years. 47 years they've been killing our people and killing people from all over the world. And I think we have great support. I would say. Somebody said, on a scale of 10, where would you rate it? I said about a 15. And we're going to continue to do well. We have the greatest military in the world by far. And that was a tremendous threat to us for many years. 47 years they've been killing our people and killing people from all over the world. And I think we have great support, I would say. Somebody said, on a scale of 10, where would you rate it? I said about a 15.
I rated a 15. They've been killing us for 47 years via these proxy arms. Double tap, hit the like button. President Trump speaking on Iran. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. President Trump. Now let's get one of Trump's proxies.
I hope the president will endorse John Cornyn. He is an incredibly effective senator for the state of Texas, a strong conservative voice here in the United States Senate, and represents by far our very best hope of making sure that Texas stays red in November in that Senate election. And so we'll see. Ultimately, the president, you know, he makes his own decisions, but I've certainly weighed in many times, I should say, in support of Senator Cornyn, and I believe he is not only going to win the primary, but the general election in November.
Jasmine Crockett is fired. Jasmine Crockett is fired. We ain't got to look at her bad built black body no more. Double tap, hit the like button. Jasmine Crockett bites the dust, and another one down, and another one down. Another one bites the dust, and another one down, and another one down. Another one bites the dust, and another one down, and another one down. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. Sorry, Jasmine. Sorry, Jasmine. Sorry, Jasmine. You are fired. Y'all remember The Apprentice? One of my favorite shows. I'm sure it was one of your favorite shows.
Secretary Hegseth.
This is Holy Smokes. Carrie Leavitt just shredded Caitlin Collins to her face after CNN claiming Pete Hegseth doesn't care about the fallen troops. Double tap, hit the like button. Gorgeous, beautiful Trump appointee. Let's go, Trump. Let's go,
brother. Is it the position of this administration that the press should not prominently cover the deaths of U.S. service members?
No, it's the position of this administration that the press in this room and the press across the country should accurately report on the success of Operation Epic Fury and the damage it is doing to the rogue Iranian regime that has threatened the lives of every single American in this room. If the Iranian regime had their choice, they would kill every single person in this room. And so we can all be very grateful that we have an administration and that we have men and women in our armed forces who are willing to sacrifice their own lives for the rest of us in this room and for every American across the country and for every troop that is based in the Middle East. That's what these.
Secretary Hegseth was complaining that it was front page news about these 6 service members who were killed.
That's not what the secretary said, Caitlin, and that's not what the secretary meant. And you know it. You know you are being disingenuous. There is not. We've never had a Secretary of Defense. Who cares more?
Get through or tragic things happen. It's front page news. I get it. The press only wants to make the president look bad.
Yeah,
as you know, we cover the
press
deaths of U.S. service members under every president.
The press does only want to make the president look bad. That's a fact. Especially you. No, listen to me. Especially you and especially CNN. And the Secretary of Defense cares deeply about our war fighters and our men and women in uniform. He travels all across this country to meet with them, to connect with them, and your network has hardly ever probably reported on that. You also have the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Chairman Kane, who's a brave patriot, standing alongside the secretary at the Pentagon this morning, again expressing his condolences to these families. And I just told you that the President of the United States will be attending their dignified transfer. So please,
that's not making the president look bad. That's showcasing that.
We expect you to cover that as you should. We expect you to cover that as you should, Caitlin. But you and your network know that you take every single thing this administration says and tries to use it to make the president look bad. That is an objectable fact.
I don't think covering troop deaths is trying to make.
If you're trying to argue right now that CNN's overwhelming coverage is not negative of President Donald Trump, I think the American people would tend to agree, and your ratings would tend to disagree with that as well.
Ooh, I like that. I like that. And your ratings would disagree. Double tap hit the like button, you guys. Going in. #1 podcast on YouTube discussing what's going on in Iran.
Hemisphere in Miami, Florida on Saturday. The point of this newfound Latin America summit is to promote freedom, security, and prosperity in our region. The following countries will be in attendance: Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Costa Rica, the Dominican Republic, Ecuador, El Salvador, Honduras, Panama, Paraguay, Trinidad and Tobago, and maybe some others as well. And the president will be speaking with the leaders of this country who have really formed a historic coalition to work together to address criminal narco-terrorist gangs and cartels and counter illegal and mass migration into not only the United States, but the Western Hemisphere, which remains a key and top priority of this president. Thank you very much, everyone. And you'll see the president yourselves in an hour.
The Western Hemisphere. Donald Trump locking down the Western Hemisphere. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's go. Queuing this one up. Spain's leftist government just folded after President Trump threatened to cut off trade. They tried blocking U.S. military operations and acted tough, but it lasted 48 hours. Now they suddenly agree to cooperate with U.S. military. Double tap hit the like button. I played yesterday that the other lady in Spain was talking shit saying we want to leave NATO. I got the video of Spain leadership saying they want to leave NATO because they feel America is the real terrorist. Double tap hit the like button. You're not going to hear this news nowhere else. I'm giving you the news that the media won't tell you.
Does that at all put a wrinkle in the president's plan for a trade embargo with them?
With respect to Spain, I think they heard the president's message yesterday loud and clear. And it's my understanding over the past several hours, they've agreed to cooperate with the U.S. military. And so I know that the U.S. military is coordinating with their counterparts in Spain. But the president expects all of our European allies, of course, to cooperate in this long sought after mission, not just for the United States, but also for Europe, to crush the rogue Iranian regime that, again, not only threatens America, but also threatens our European allies as well. With respect to oil prices and the economy,
is that at all?
So that let's go to our NATO, supposedly our NATO friends, right? They supposed to be our NATO allies, our NATO friends. What did I say? I said I got the Spanish leader talking about breaking news. Spain's MEP, Iran Montero, like the Jeep, calls on Spain to leave NATO and says the United States and Israel are currently the main threats to the security and stability of humanity. Not just their personal threats or beef. She's saying that America is a threat to humanity overall. Where does that put us in this debate? Y'all gotta think about what you hear and what they say. People don't have to pay Trump's illegal invasions. We must prevent and limit. This is Spain's leadership exclaiming. Now, I played a video when the invasion in Iran first started. I played Dirty Pedro Sanchez saying that, Dirty Sanchez, Pedro, I just showed his face. He said that Trump didn't have congressional approval. And I debunked that when we played Nancy Pelosi saying that Obama didn't need congressional approval to attack Libya. Double tap, hit the like button. So we debunked that with the Democrats' own words. But here it is, a Spain prime minister who's not part of American Congress, right? You're not an American politician. Stay out of American business, have several seats. But he said that Trump didn't have congressional authority, and then he said it was an international crime. This is our ally. Spain has not even paid their fair share. Spain is a free rider. Hashtag free rider. What do I mean? When Trump came into office, he told NATO that they have to pay their fair share, right? Trump told NATO, you got to pay their fair share or we're leaving NATO. And NATO had to ante up. The only country who hasn't paid is Spain. Surprise, surprise, surprise. So Spain hasn't paid, but now Spain is saying Trump is a criminal, and now they're saying they want to leave. Now they're saying they want to leave. They want to leave NATO. Let's go to the video.
Estamos en una situación crítica que el propio gobierno está reconociendo que ser aliados de Estados Unidos nos pone en serio peligro, porque Estados Unidos e Israel son en este momento las principales amenazas para la seguridad y para la estabilidad de la humanidad. Están bombardeando los países que les da la gana por petróleo, por el control de las rutas comerciales, por el control de las posiciones militares geoestratégicas y, por tanto, le decimos a la ciudadanía que, en nuestra opinión, sigue siendo urgente salir de la OTAN ya, formar parte de esa alianza militar que tiene como jefe a Donald Trump a Estados Unidos. Nos está poniendo en peligro, nos está convirtiendo en un objetivo militar, y creemos también que el gobierno tiene que actuar de inmediato para topar el precio de la energía, para topar el precio de los alimentos, de productos de primera necesidad, de medicinas, ante un posible incremento de esos precios, y también volver a poner todo el transporte público completamente gratuito para prevenir y para anticiparse a una situación difícil y que, desde luego, las invasiones de Trump no las paguen los pueblos. Estamos en una situación crítica que...
So this is the Spain leader saying that Spain needs to leave NATO, but Spain is a free rider and not paying its fair share. People don't have to pay for Trump's illegal invasions. People don't have to pay for you, NATO. We don't have to pay for you, you free rider. Talking about we don't have to pay. You're not paying anything, NATO. Spain, you're not paying anything. Do you understand the hypocrisy? Pointing at us, talking about Trump invasions, and Trump want oil, Trump want power. People don't have to pay for Trump's illegal invasions. Well, we don't want to pay for you no more. $300 billion to NATO, $300 billion to Ukraine to watch your back. $300 billion to the Ukraine to watch your back, and that's how they pay us back. That's how they pay us back, man. Y'all believe this, man? This is now we got, and Canada, Canada,
United States,
Canada. Canada's just publicly rebuked the United States and Israel. The United States and Israel acted without engaging in United Nations or consulting allies. This is the end of NATO. Remember where you heard it first. NATO is done. It was already done, but now the world just knows how the European powers actually feel about America. Double tap it, the like button. Double tap it. And did you know Trudeau was out? How many of you knew Trudeau was out? That Canada had a brand new prime minister and he is anti-America and he just did a deal with China. Trump said we just shut out Spain. And far as I know, Canada probably gonna be next. Brand new prime minister. How many of you knew Trudeau was out? Brand new Canadian prime minister. Trudeau is out. Brand new Canadian prime minister, anti-Trump, anti-America. And now he's talking cash shit about the invasion. Let's go.
The United States and Israel have acted without engaging the United Nations or consulting allies, including Canada. So where to from here? With a rapidly spreading conflict and growing threats to civilian life. Canada reaffirms that international law binds all belligerents. We condemn the strikes carried out by Iran on civilians and civilian infrastructure across the Middle East. And we implore all parties, including the United States and Israel, to respect the rules of international engagement. Canada calls for a rapid de-escalation of hostilities and is prepared to assist in achieving this goal. The United States and Israel have acted without engaging the United Nations or consulting allies, including Canada. So where to from here? With a rapidly spreading conflict and growing threats to civilian life. Canada reaffirms that international law binds all belligerents. We condemn the strikes carried out by Iran on civilians and civilian infrastructure across the Middle East. And we implore all parties, including the United States and Israel, to respect the rules of international engagement. Canada calls for a rapid de-escalation of hostilities and is prepared to assist in achieving this goal.
What is you gonna do, Canada? What is you gonna do, Canada, to help? Well, you better sit and have several seats. Right now, you facing hyperinflation. You facing tariffs from Trump because you refuse to come to the table and negotiate with the American partner. We at your back door. You on our border, Canada. You better sit down and have several seats. There is no NATO without America. Hashtag, there is no NATO without America. That's why I did the report that I did on Davos. That's why I did the report that I did on Munich. I brought to you the Czech Council. All the people said there is no NATO without America.
The United States and Israel have acted without engaging the United Nations or consulting allies, including Canada.
Now, remember the timeline I gave you. He said they acted without engaging. Israel was attacked on October 7th. This attack was funded by Iran, carried out by Iranian axis of evil and Iranian proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. They were attacked on the 7th and the 8th, and they will continue to be attacked over 160 times. And they knew the only way that they could stop these attacks from occurring under a feckless Biden-Harris regime is to fight Iran back. And what did Trump say? Israel was going to go into Iran regardless of America went anyway. I decided to go with Israel because I knew that they were not going to stop attacking Americans either. Double tap at the like button.
So where to from here? With a rapidly spreading conflict and growing threats to civilian life. Canada reaffirms that international law binds all belligerents. We condemn the strikes carried out by Iran on civilians and civilian infrastructure across the Middle East. And we implore all parties, including the United States and Israel, to respect the rules of international engagement. Canada calls for a rapid de-escalation of hostilities and is prepared to assist in achieving this goal. The United States and Israel.
How, Canada? How you gonna help? And did you ask Hamas and Iran to de-escalate with their proxies? Huh? Who is this right here? Look at the difference between NATO military and Turkish military. The Turkish commando was amazing. Just my ass. This right here, breaking. Iran has launched missiles today at Turkey. This marks the 16th country Iran has attacked. Mind you, Turkey is a NATO ally. Double tap, hit the like button. Giving you real facts.
This is breaking news. Turkey's Ministry of Defense says that an Iranian ballistic missile was launched toward their country and it was shot down by NATO air defense systems. Fragments of that missile landing in southern Turkey. This is a major development and the first time that a country like Turkey has received incoming Iranian ballistic missile fire. This is breaking news. Turkey's Ministry of Defense says that an Iranian ballistic missile was launched toward their country and it was shot down by NATO air defense systems. Fragments of that missile landing in southern Turkey. This is a major development and the first time that a country like Turkey has received incoming Iranian ballistic missile fire. This is breaking news.
Who's escalating? Who's doing what? Right? Going back to October 7th. Here it is again. We're making progress. Now it's time. Here it is. Both of these motherfuckers right here. This is Spain Prime Minister and Spain's MEP. He called us international criminals. She said Spain should leave NATO. I say Spain need to pay their fair share because Spain is a fucking free rider. Spain is a fucking free rider. Right? Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. This is Trump standing next to Alman Chancellor Merz saying, if necessary, we'll invade Spain. That's letting you know There is no more NATO. There is no more NATO. I said it here first.
Some of the European, like Spain, has been terrible. In fact, I told Scott to cut off all dealings with Spain. Spain, first of all, and now Spain actually said that we can't use their bases, and that's all right. We could use their base if we want. We could just fly in and use it. Nobody's going to tell us not to use it, but we don't have to. But they were unfriendly, and so I told him we don't want to. Spain has absolutely nothing that we need other than great people. They have great people. But some of the
whatever we need, we just go in and take it. Whatever we need, we just go in and take it, right? This is footage. This is footage from the Iran update. Double tap, hit the like button. Iran update. #1 podcast on YouTube. Iran update. Iran update. Iran just made history. Iran shattered drone traveled nearly 2,000 kilometers across the Mediterranean Sea and struck the British RAF air base in Cyprus, and not a single NATO air defense system saw it coming. So this is how bad the Democrats want us to lose. They are celebrating Iran's proficiency in war instead of being honest about this is why we could not wait for Iran to attack us. Remember what I said, 130,000 missiles, creating 100 missiles a day, and they had drone technology. Here's footage. We ain't gonna do the music. I don't know who creating these videos, man, but they know about copyrights and all that, and they put the music behind. The music don't even add to it. It actually takes away from the video because this is a real event, and I don't need no soap opera music. What we're showing you is updates from Iran. This is our Iranian drone that traveled record miles to commit damage against American and allied powers. So y'all need to understand that Iran is now bombing Turkey and all NATO countries, despite NATO not fucking with America like that. But now you may understand why they are so scary. You can't play you ain't speaking English. Now you might understand why they so scary. What's this right here? Swedish and Levanten forces exercise side by side. Everyday NATO allies work and train together. Yeah, not with Americans. Not with Americans. What else? Oh yeah, Scott Bessick just eviscerated Spain's leftist government for betraying America, saying they put U.S. lives at risk. President Trump could cut off all trade with Spain. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree that we should cut off trade with Spain. Put a 1 in the chat if you think we should cut off trade with Spain. Put a 1 in the chat if you think we should stop being part of NATO. We're paying for Spain's fucking protection. This is how they treat us.
President Trump's frustration with the Spanish government is justified that, first of all, they've been terrible actors. They are the only NATO member not meeting their NATO requirement. That's known as a free rider. So the Spanish government is intentionally free riding off the U.S. government and all the other NATO allies who have stepped up. NATO has never been stronger thanks to President Trump. And the Spanish don't want to pay their fair share. And they
Can we just stop right there? We're gonna run this back because I know I've been saying the term free rider. One of my chat, one of the homies in the chat, I lit up his voice. I lit up the comment. He said #free rider. Thank you, brother, for following directions. Here it is right here, the definition of a free rider. I just want to iterate to what you're hearing because I've used the term. We've lit it up in the chat. This is a conservative Republican channel. We love Donald Trump. We love America. And we're so happy that Trump won the second term. Double tap at the like button. See, in the first term, Trump took us out of what is known as the Paris Climate Accords because it crippled American companies. Now, just to go along with us being removed from the Paris Climate Accords, last week Trump took us out of that Obama-era EPA regulation, and that was going to bring a $1 trillion market back to America. Double tap at the like button. Greatest president ever in the fucking. This is the second term he's doing all this great shit. So Trump in the first term takes us out of the Paris Climate Accords. And wouldn't you know it, Biden and Harris, this is why we got in this fucking war right now. Biden and Harris is bowing in every fucking way possible, brothers and sisters. You know what I'm saying? Biden and Harris bowing to everybody globally, geopolitically. Biden Harris put us back in the Paris Climate Accords, crippling American companies, and goes back to suckling at the teat of the European allied powers and NATO. What does Trump do when Trump gets reelected? Trump takes his first thing, removes us from the Paris Climate Accords. Double tap, hit the like button. Next, Trump says and gives NATO an ultimatum and says NATO has been an overall free rider ever since World War II. We have shouldered the burden of protecting the European countries, not only monetarily, but with military and physical might and force. You have to pay your fair share or America is leaving NATO. Double tap hit the like button. Number one president on the world. Number one president ever to be elected. Nobody else stands up for America. Y'all don't know what it means to stand up for America, people. Y'all know what MAGA means. Make America great, America first. Trump told NATO, you got to pay your fair share. Trump told NATO, you got to pay your fair share. And everybody paid up. And y'all would be upset if you found out how much NATO pays compared to what we pay. I mean, it went up from like a couple percent to like 5%, 10%. They still don't pay shit. They still don't pay shit. And they weren't paying anything in tariffs. They were shipping everything into our country, fucking up our markets, fucking up your wages, not paying equal reciprocal tariffs, not paying into NATO. And after this negotiation, lo and behold, Spain is not paying nothing. Spain is saying you can't use the bases. There are bases. There are bases, Spain. That's why Trump said we're gonna go to use them bases if we want to. We're gonna use them bases if we want to. They're our bases. Spain said they want to leave NATO. You ain't even paying your fair share. You a free rider. How you want to leave?
President Trump's frustration with the Spanish government is justified that, first of all, they've been terrible actors. They are the only NATO member not meeting their NATO requirement. That's known as a free rider. So the Spanish government is intentionally free riding off the U.S. government and all the other NATO allies who have stepped up. NATO has never been stronger thanks to President Trump. And the Spanish don't want to pay their fair share. And they said, well, we've got the Pyrenees between us and Russia. Well, the U.S. has the Atlantic Ocean, and we are the largest contributor to NATO. And then it was unacceptable over the weekend that the Spanish were highly uncooperative regarding the U.S. bases and what we could do with our planes as we began executing on Operation Epic Fury. So anything that slows down our ability to engage and prosecute this war in the fastest, most effective manner puts American lives at risk. The Spanish put American lives at risk.
Double tap hit the like button. The Spanish put a one in the chat if you agree with our homie right here, the Secretary Scott right here. Ain't this Scott Bessick? Put a one in the chat if you agree with Scott Bessick that Spain put American lives at risk.
President Trump's frustration with the Spanish government is justified that, first of all, they've been terrible actors. They are the only NATO member not meeting their NATO requirement. That's known as a free rider.
They are the only NATO member. If anybody watching this who's taking notes, take notes on what I've taught you and what you've learned. You know now what a free rider is. Spain, who is talking cash shit about Trump and America and not support. This is the thing that you need to focus on. This is what I love about people like this. These are the cowards in life, right? There are always these cowards in life. What I would point you to is not what they're doing, but what they're not doing. Remember what I told you, what my mama would always teach me. My mama would always tell me it's more important. It's not so much what you did, but what you didn't do, right? So we can focus on what Spain did, right? And they're bad actors. But you know what my mama would be mad about? What Spain didn't do. And Spain did not have the back of their allied brother. They did not support us in this Iranian effort, knowing that they are closer to the danger than Americans are. They said no to using the bases. Starmer said no. Starmer didn't support Trump, and the Spanish prime minister didn't support Trump. So my mother always said, it's not always what you do. You could be forgiven for what you did, Spain. We can forgive you for not paying your fair share because you my brother. Maybe you didn't have it. Maybe Spain is broke. We can get past that. But it's another thing. I can't get past you not acting like my brother, right? I can get past you not paying your fair share. I can't get past you not showing up when you were supposed to show up. You not being my brother after you promised to be I always wanted a brother. I always wanted a brother just like you. And you did not show up and be my brother. You were Scar. You turned out to be Scar. When it was time, and you know about Hezbollah, you know about Hamas, you know about the Houthis, because you are closer to Israel. You are closer to Iran than America is. You are familiar because Europe right now is plagued with what? What is Brexit, everybody? What is Brexit, everybody? Let's not give them a pass. Let's not give Spain a pass. What is Brexit, everybody? Brexit exists because Europe has been plagued with immigration, right? Immigration from Muslim and Africans that are taking over their cultures, right? So where it's not even the same, you don't even have a resemblance of Spanish culture, Austrian culture, Swedish culture. You've been overrun by Muslims. We have videos of Shia Muslims at bus stops harassing blonde-haired white women for the clothing in European states. Bill Maher asked Baby Girl from the Young Turks, where could you wear that dress in the Middle East? I said, Bill Maher, where could she wear that dress in Minnesota? Bill Maher, where could she wear that dress in Western Europe, Eastern Europe? Because right now, there are so many Somali and Muslim African immigrants in Europe that white girl couldn't wear that dress there either. Double tap hit the like button. Double tap hit the like button. Double tap hit the like button. #1 podcast on YouTube. Spain is a free rider. Spain has not paid their fair share. Remember what I just laid out. Trump took us back out of the Paris Climate Accords. Joe Biden, if you want to know how we got into the violence, why Iran felt comfortable with using its proxies to attack Israel on October 2nd under the Biden presidency. You have to put this conversation in context. Ukraine happened in the Biden presidency. Iran felt comfortable to use their proxy armies to attack Israel October 7th under the Biden presidency. You have to understand the context. Biden left Afghanistan in a shambles. Bumbling, fumbling, sleepy Joe left Afghanistan in a shambles. Now, it caused him to lose the election. It set Kamala up to run for president. But what I want to say to you today, for all the intelligent people who play 4D chess, let's go beyond partisan politics. I ask of this every time we have this discussion. Thank you for coming here. Thank you for hitting the like button. I ask you to go beyond your partisan ideologies and think a little bit deeper. And I ask you to say that everyone else also was looking at what happened in Afghanistan. You and I looked at what happened in Afghanistan. It affected how we voted. It affected Donald Trump becoming president. Yes, it did. But I argue today, we were not the only ones looking at what took place in Afghanistan. It affected decision-making going forward. See, I argue that Iran, our sworn enemy, the Shia Muslim fraction of Islam, Iran, Iraq, Hezbollah, Bahrain, Lebanon, they also were watching Biden fall asleep on fucking stage. See, you thought only me and you were watching. You thought only me and you were arguing over whether or not Biden was asleep. You know what this is the thing about life that we all should learn right now. So when you get bogged down in these partisan goggles, you forget that the world is bigger than just red and blue, Democrat and Republican. No, you weren't the only one watching Biden fall asleep on stage. You are not the only one who saw him. Our enemies saw him fall asleep on stage. They saw what happened when we left Afghanistan. They refused peace talks under Biden. There were nuclear peace talks. When Biden took office in 2020, we had nuclear peace talks with Iran. They failed. Biden and Harris were not ready for the ball game. This is not partisan. This is not partisan. Biden and Harris were not ready for the ball game. They had nuclear peace talks with Iran when they first took office, and they failed. They failed. Iran said they probably laughed. So you think you don't have no enemies? America is so fucking arrogant. The people on the Democratic left, you are so fucking arrogant and naive. You think we don't have no enemies? Yes, we have fucking enemies who fucking hate us and want to kill us. Yes, we fucking do. They saw Biden, they saw Harris, and they fucking laughed. They said, we don't have to do shit y'all say. And they went back to Iran and they started creating and enriching more uranium, up to 60%. This is not a lie. I'm giving you a timeline. I'm not coming from a Republican or Democrat. I'm giving you a timeline. Joe Biden, Harris, they take office. Iran already is an issue. We know we have to deal with Iran. Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. So immediately they have a meeting with Iran. Iran, we will give you the uranium. We will give you everything you need to have nuclear power, but you cannot enrich uranium. You cannot have a nuclear weapon. Iran says to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, fuck you. We're going to go do what we want to do, and we're going to continue to bomb you through our proxy armies. Throughout the 2020 Biden-Harris administration, they continue to poke and poke and poke all the way up until October 7th. Do you guys get it? Do you guys get how we got here? See, Joe Biden put us back in the Paris Climate Accords, saying to NATO, signaling to Iran that America is not ready to play ball. They are bowing to NATO. They are crippling themselves. This is the perfect time to go after America. They are so stupid. Everybody, Trump, why don't you hear anyone arguing, Trump put us back in the climate accords, Trump put us, no, because it's the same thing last week when Trump got rid of Obama EPA regulation and brought back $1 trillion market to the American people and saved coal and saved Virginia. Trump saved coal, he's the king of coal, and he saved Virginia. You don't hear anyone saying, we need to be back in the Paris Climate Accords. No one is saying that. Biden put us back because it was a wink. It was a wave to NATO. It was a wave to European powers that we're going to let you have the ball. Trump said, fuck the Paris Climate Accords, fuck NATO. If NATO don't pay a fair share, we leaving NATO. If NATO don't pay their fair share, number one, we out of the Paris Climate Accords. We don't care about that bullshit no more. You're not going to cripple American companies. We understand that the Paris Climate Accords was the NATO EU telling America and the globe that they didn't give a fuck about America and American companies. It was never about EPA. It was never about global warming. The Paris Climate Accords was about crippling America. This is why they don't want us to have Venezuela. They don't want us to have Greenland. They don't want us to be rich and powerful. They feel like we're already rich and powerful enough. The Paris Climate Accords, they feel like leveled the playing field. This is why they had super low tariffs. They have been kicking our ass, and we have been giving them our ass to kick. Trump takes us out of the Paris Climate Accords and tells NATO, kiss my ass. Today, we invade Iran. We've been there 3 days. Spain says, fuck you. Spain says we want out of NATO. Spain says you're a crook. Spain says America is the terrorist, not the Shia Muslim, not the Shiites, not the Caliphate. I can't believe this shit. Spain says America is the terrorist, not the Shiites, not the Shia Muslim, sworn to a jihad. Americans don't even relate to a jihad. They have no correlation to a jihad. But American is, according to Spain, we are the terrorists. We are the terrorists, my friend. And we go burn to the end. We are the terrorists. Say we are the terrorists. No turn for NATO, cause we are the terrorists of the world. Fuck NATO. Fuck NATO. I've been giving y'all this game. But it's becoming, I don't even have to make the argument no more. I don't even have to make, how many of you know, after we've been having this NATO discussion, how many of you knew that NATO was not even paying, after we go about Paris Climate Accords, after we go in about NATO needing to pay their fair share, how many of you knew that NATO wasn't even paying nothing?
President Trump's frustration with the Spanish government is justified that, first of all, they've been terrible actors. They are the only NATO member not meeting their NATO requirement. That's known as a free rider. So the Spanish government is intentionally free riding off the U.S. government and all the other NATO allies who have stepped up. NATO has never been stronger thanks to President Trump. And the Spanish don't want to pay their fair share. And they said, well, we've got the Pyrenees between us and Russia. Well, the U.S. has the Atlantic Ocean, and we are the largest contributor to NATO. And then it was unacceptable over the weekend that the Spanish were highly uncooperative regarding the U.S. bases and what we could do with our planes as we began executing on Operation Epic Fury. So anything that slows down our ability to engage and prosecute this war in the fastest, most effective manner puts American lives at risk. The Spanish put American lives at risk.
Double tap it. Do you believe, put a one in the chat if you believe Spain put American lives at risk. Man, we going in this morning, man. Giving you real coverage and footage on this Iran. Someone tell Iran, take their war seriously. Don't make fun of it. Israel and the U.S. are attacking the helicopter drawing Iran painted on the ground and $1 million. Okay, let's go. On the 5th day of the Iran war, a U.S. submarine sunk an Iran warship. NATO shot down a ballistic missile approaching Turkey. Israel struck Lebanon, and Iran moved closer to choosing a new leader, but we blew them motherfuckers up when they tried to do that. Let's get this Iran update. Double tap, hit the like button. Iran update. Share the podcast with a like-minded person. I know you might be at work and y'all was wondering what's going on with this Iran conflict. I need to know more about it. I need to understand. Do I need to be concerned? This is the podcast where you come. This is where you come to find out and learn what and if I need to be concerned about. Double tap at the like button. It's called the Perfect Timing Podcast. My name is Perfect, and thank you for coming here. I love you. Let's show some unity and respect in the chat for others. Double tap at the like button.
It's day 5 of the Iran war. We're on the ground in the region, so let's take you through what's been happening across the Middle East today. The US says that one of its submarines sank an Iranian warship in international waters close to Sri Lanka. Sri Lankan officials have recovered several bodies that are thought to be part of the crew, but dozens are still missing.
The Iranian Navy rests at the bottom of the Persian Gulf.
And Iran has also targeted Turkey for the first time. NATO air defenses in the eastern Mediterranean shot down a ballistic missile which passed through Iraqi and then Syrian airspace headed for Turkey. No casualties or injuries were reported. The incident, though, marks the latest escalation in the widening conflict and has been condemned by NATO. Israel has continued with waves of fresh strikes in Iran and has attacked Hezbollah targets in Beirut and in southern Lebanon. New satellite imagery verified by Sky News shows damage at many Iranian military and government facilities across the capital, Tehran. In Keshem, an island in the Gulf, smoke could be seen at sea, likely to have been an Iranian naval ship that was hit. The Israeli Air Force carried out strikes on what they say were two Hezbollah buildings in Beirut's southern suburbs. It said that Israeli strikes have hit a hotel in a Beirut suburb and a residential complex in eastern Lebanon, killing at least 11 people. Iran and Hezbollah have also launched strikes of their own towards Israel throughout the day. Iran has continued to fire at countries across the Gulf region in retaliation. The UAE has intercepted 3 ballistic missiles and 121 drones today, while 8 drones fell inside the country, according to its defense ministry. Qatar said it had intercepted 2 cruise missiles and 10 drones launched from Iran today. In the Strait of Hormuz, maritime tracking shows a container ship coming to a halt after attempting to pass through the straits. The container ship Safin Prestige was just 2 nautical miles off the coast of Oman. UK Maritime Trade Operations says that it was hit by an unknown projectile just above the waterline, causing a fire in the engine room. The crew abandoned the vessel and all are said to be accounted for. Verified eyewitness video shows the aftermath of a strike on a government and military compound in Bana, a Kurdistan province in northwestern Iran. And on Iran's border with Iraq, a drone attack has hit the headquarters of an Iranian Kurdish opposition group, according to security sources. It comes amid speculation that Iranian Kurdish fighters are preparing to launch a ground operation against western Iran with US and Israeli backing. The UK has decided to deploy a warship and helicopters to Cyprus after an RAF base was hit on Sunday. The UK's HMS Dragon was seen readying for departure from Portsmouth, but it is not expected to sail until next week. The government is also chartering a commercial flight for Britons wanting to leave the Gulf region. It will take off from Muscat in Oman later this evening. Greek and French warships have also been deployed to boost defences around Cyprus. The conflict in Iran has widened to affect much of the Middle East region in recent days. These are pictures of civilians standing next to an Iranian missile after it fell near Qamishli International Airport in northern Syria, close to the Turkish border.
Iran update. That's a pretty concise update. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap. You are watching the Perfect Timing Podcast. If it's your first time here,
it's day 5 of the Iran war.
Day 5 update. We might come back to that. If it's your first time here, go ahead and hit the like button and subscribe. We do this every day at 1 p.m. #1 podcast for geopolitical debate.
Spain has been terrible. In fact, I told Scott to cut off all dealings with Spain. Spain, first of all, it started when every European nation, at my request, paid 5%, which they should be doing. And everybody was enthusiastic about it, Germany, everybody. And Spain didn't do it. And now Spain actually said that we can't use their bases. And that's all right. We could use their base if we want. We could just fly in and use it. Nobody's going
to. Hashtag free riders. I said you would be embarrassed when we said how much they actually require. All we asked NATO to pay. So what were they paying before, y'all? It's 5%. And Spain don't even pay the 5%. They're a free rider. Hashtag free rider. Spain does not even pay into NATO, and they benefit from the NATO alliance. And then they had the nerve to say that they would not assist us in this Iranian effort.
Spain has been terrible. In fact, I told Scott to cut off all dealings with Spain.
Should we cut off Spain? Put a 1 in the chat if we should cut off Spain. If you agree with Trump, if we should no longer do trade with Spain, not even a tariff, forget a tariff. Should we cut off Spain altogether? Hit the like button, put a 1 in the chat. It's Spain out of here.
Spain has been terrible. In fact, I told Scott to cut off all dealings with Spain. First of all, it started when every European nation, at my request, paid 5%, which they should be doing. And everybody was enthusiastic about it, Germany, everybody. And Spain didn't do it. And now Spain actually said that we can't use their bases. And that's all right. We could use their base if we want. We could just fly in and use it. Nobody's going to tell us not to use it.
Nobody.
So we don't have to. But they were unfriendly. And so I told him we don't want to. Spain has absolutely nothing that we need other than great people. They have great people. but they don't have great leadership. And as you know, they were the only country that in NATO would not agree to go up to 5%. I don't think they would have agreed to go up to anything. They wanted to keep it at 2%, and they don't pay the 2%. So we're going to cut.
Did y'all know that? Nobody does it better. Spain wouldn't even pay the 2%. How this embarrassing when you learn about these real numbers. And they had a 2% tariff. So Spain couldn't even pay the 2%. And then Trump came in, took us out of the Paris Climate Accords and said, I need the 5%. You know, like the king of New York he is, Spain still paying nothing. Hashtag free rider in the chat. Hashtag free rider, getting a free, get your motor running. We're on a highway. Spain is a free rider. Trying to get away from us today. No, Spain, you got to go, baby. You got to go, you got to go, you got to go. Got to go, no more NATO. Got to go, no more NATO. Spain's Ion Balera, the U.S. and Israel are terrorists. States sowing terror both within and beyond their borders. They are the greatest threat to humanity. Spain must leave NATO now. Spain must leave NATO now. This is what's going on geopolitically. NATO is crumbling in front of the entire globe.
La humanidad vive momentos muy oscuros, momentos muy peligrosos y
What does she got around her neck? Why you got that? What is that? Like a leopard choke neck thing? What's going on here, y'all? It's very provocative for a politician. You know what I mean? I don't know what's going on, man. It look like you. Let's keep going. Let me keep my mouth shut. I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to cause no trouble.
Y creo que es muy evidente ya que los Estados Unidos e Israel son dos estados terroristas que están sembrando el miedo, el terror, el horror, tanto de...
She's a bad mama jamma, man. She's a bad mama jamma, man. Do you hear the way she talking? Look at me. She looking at me or she looking at you? Is she looking at me? Spain. Oh,
dentro como fuera de sus fronteras. Son Estados Unidos e Israel en este momento la mayor amenaza a la humanidad. Y España, en ese contexto, sigue siendo el país del no a la guerra. España tiene en ese no a la guerra uno de sus mayores patrimonios democráticos. El no a la guerra es el ADN pacifista de nuestro pueblo. Es lo que recordamos millones de personas que hace más de 20 años nos echamos a las calles para decir no a la guerra y para exigir el fin de las guerras por petróleo, el fin de las guerras por dinero. Hoy nos alegramos de que por
the same speechwriter. We don't even speak Spanish, y'all. I mean, I'm in California, everybody speaks Spanish, but it's the same speechwriter. Petroleum, for money, international. She's looking down. I'm watching you because you're so gorgeous. So I'm noticing you look down. And I'm listening to the same speech from the Danish prime minister, from the Spanish prime minister. I'm noticing even the people in Venezuela, it's the same over petroleum, for dinero, for the same shit, the same speechwriter, the same propaganda. Pay your share. Your fine ass.
Por fin el presidente Sánchez haya escuchado ese clamor, ese grito unánime de nuestro pueblo pacifista que grita una y otra vez siempre que puede expresarse no a la guerra. Y le pedimos al presidente Sánchez que sea consecuente, que sea coherente. Hoy
What consequences we gonna face from Dirty Sanchez? Ain't no consequences from Sanchez. If we want them air bases, we gonna come in. And I don't even speak Spanish.
no a la guerra es cerrar inmediatamente la...
You keep saying no like Greta. No, I'm looking this shit up. I don't even speak Spanish, y'all. I'm looking this shit up. Somebody put it in the chat. No, look, Greta. What is that? What is that? No, look, Greta. What? She keeps saying that. no to war. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. She made me look it up, man. She said it about 10 times. No regret. Hashtag no regret. If you ain't ready to play, get off the field, man. If you ain't ready to get it, they shouldn't be in NATO, man. They should be a third world country. Hashtag Spain is a third world country. Hashtag Spain's getting a free ride. How many? Let's do a shot. We might have to listen to this again. Take a shot every time she say "la." Every time she roll her R with her fine ass, take a shot. And every time she say "no war," take a shot. Let's get back into it. #1 podcast on YouTube. No a la guerra. 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 No. Let's go.
Las bases de Rota y de Morón. Es impedir que España siga siendo cómplice de esas intervenciones militares ilegales que está lanzando Estados Unidos en todo el mundo. Hoy, no a la guerra es salir inmediatamente de la OTAN, es romper esa alianza criminal, esa alianza militar que, insisto, nos está convirtiendo en cómplices de algunos de los peores crímenes que se están cometiendo contra la humanidad. Hoy, no a la guerra es recuperar la diplomacia para la guerra de Ucrania. Hoy, no a la guerra es terminar, es revertir ese
Pick the right game, because she comes there, you would be drunk. If it was a fifth, all of us would be drunk. Man, don't even trip off the petty punk shit like that. What are you saying, man? They could be talking about how was to the back. Me and my family like how was in the trunk. If it was a fifth, all of us would be drunk.
arme criminal en el que nos ha metido este gobierno, que está destinando miles y miles de millones de euros que deberían ir a escuelas y hospitales a comprarle armas y tanques a Donald Trump. No a la guerra es proteger a nuestro pueblo, es intervenir inmediatamente el precio de la vivienda, de la energía, de los alimentos, de los medicamentos. Es convertir España en un refugio en un momento en el que Trump está convirtiendo al mundo en un lugar muy peligroso. Es la hora de aislar internacionalmente a Donald Trump y de construir nuevas relaciones internacionales.
Donald Trump, international criminal, didn't get constitutional approval. Like, I ain't even gonna do it to y'all. I mean, I would run it back and play the drinking game with me. She said it so many times. I love y'all too much. I love you too much. Much too much. Baby, you make me feel like you care a lot, but I love you too much too much. Spain, which defends peace against war, does not bow to oppression, and has wise prime minister, is perhaps the European country most loved by the Turks. Oh, about all that. For good reason, we always stay very ambiguous about when Article 5 is triggered, and if it's triggered, we will always immediately let everybody know, but we keep it very ambiguous because we don't want to make our enemies or adversaries any wiser. I like that because it seems like we couldn't have trusted NATO from the beginning, or Spain. So if we would have told NATO or Spain, they probably would have alerted them, much like, you know, when we alerted Karen Bass in LA, we're going to go arrest some of these immigrants to stop the proliferation of cartel and fentanyl in America, and she went and told the motherfuckers. Double tap hit the like button. #1 podcast on YouTube. Iran day 5. Iran update.
Well, you know, for good reasons, we always will stay very ambiguous about when Article 5 is triggered. If it is triggered, we will always immediately let everybody know. But we keep it very ambiguous because we don't want to make our enemies, our adversaries, any wiser. Well, you know.
Makes sense. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with that. We didn't owe Spain shit, especially after the way they saying how they talking about it. Spain, we didn't owe you shit, Spain. We didn't owe you shit, Spain, right? They act like we owe them something. Iran turns NATO into an enemy. NATO shot down Iranian missile targeting Turkey. This was the first case where Iran launched missiles on NATO. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like
This is
button.
breaking news. Turkey's Ministry of Defense says that an Iranian ballistic missile was launched toward their country, and it was shot down by NATO air defense systems, fragments of that missile landing in southern Turkey. This is a major development and the first time that a country like Turkey has received incoming Iranian ballistic missile fire. This is breaking news. Turkey's Ministry of Defense.
And y'all think it's just a game. It's not a game. Iran came to play. Iran came to play. U.S. Israel strikes kill Iran's Ayatollah Khomeini as war enters fifth day. The U.S. Israel. Let me get into it. Let me show y'all something right here. Double tap on the like button. Double tap on the like button. Here we go. Here we go. U.S. Israel strikes kill Iran's Khomeini as war enters fifth day. The U.S.-Israel conflict with Iran launched February 28 as Operation Roaring Lion targeted nuclear sites, missile facilities, and leadership, confirming the death of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khomeini. Iran responded with hundreds of missiles and drones hitting U.S. bases in Kuwait, Qatar, UAE, and Saudi Arabia, plus Israel. While airstrikes have killed over 550 Iranians, including civilians, U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, on this channel we say, Pete Heggie, baby, Department of War, called the operations bold and precise amid Democratic warnings of all-out war as oil prices topped $100 a barrel and de-escalation remains uncertain. Double tap, hit the like button. Perfect Timing Podcast, Iran update, day 5. Trump is not just saving America, he is saving the world. This is the view of the Iranian. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. #1 podcast on YouTube with the Iran update, day 5.
President Trump has done something historic. Let's recognize that, regardless of partisan and politics of that kind. As a matter of national security risk, recognize what President Trump has done.
This is the very moment they've been waiting for 47 years. We're shown photos of the people that were allegedly killed by the regime. There were people here holding those photos and saying that this day is for them. President Trump being thanked by name here in this crowd. But some people are even Democratic voters who are praising the president.
Trump is not just saving America. President Trump is saving the world. The people of Iran are so grateful that President Trump is finally the one who helped us out. After the Clintons, the Bushes, the Obamas, the Bidens, nobody even cared for the Iranian people as much as President Trump.
From the White House, from the desk of the White House, double tap, hit the like button one more time. Celebration, man. Trump is not just freeing Iranian people, but the world. And as you heard with the report I said earlier, the Iranian Kurds are on our side against the Shia Muslim.
President Trump has done something historic. Let's recognize that, regardless of partisan and politics of that kind. As a matter of national security risk, recognize what President Trump has done.
This is the very moment they've been waiting for 47 years. We're shown photos.
47 years they've been waiting. Thank you, Trump.
Of the people that were allegedly killed by the regime. There were people here holding those photos and saying that this day is for them. President Trump being thanked by name here in this crowd. But some people are even Democratic voters who are praising the president.
Trump is not just saving America. President Trump is saving the world. The people of Iran are so grateful that President Trump is finally the one who helped us out. After the Clintons, the Bushes, the Obamas, the Bidens, nobody even cared for the Iranian people as much as President Trump.
Double tap, hit the like button, man. I'm just giving y'all the good news, man. I'm just giving y'all the good news. Y'all know what I do, man. Y'all know what I do. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Double tap, hit the like.
Does that
What do you mean?
at all put a wrinkle in the president's plan for a trade embargo with them?
With respect to Spain, I think they heard the president's message yesterday loud and clear. And it's my understanding over the past several hours, they've agreed to cooperate with the U.S. military. And so I know that the U.S. military is coordinating with their counterparts in Spain, but the president.
Wah, 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 wah. Got him.
All of our European allies, of course, to cooperate in this long sought after mission, not just for the United States, but also for Europe, to crush the rogue Iranian regime that, again, not only threatens America, but also threatens our European allies as well. With respect to oil prices and the economy.
Does that at all put a wrinkle in the president's plan for a trade embargo?
Nope. Fuck Spain. We don't need Spain. We don't want Spain. Double tap, hit the like button. We don't want Spain.
They're not part of the
used. If they were to be sent into Iran, what would they be used for? What's the situation on that?
Well, they're not part of the plan for this operation at this time, but I certainly will never take away military options on behalf of the President of the United States or the Commander-in-Chief, and he wisely does not do the same for himself. I know there's many leaders in the past who like to take options off of the table without having a full understanding of how things could develop. So again, it's not part of the current plan, but I'm not going to remove an option for the President that could
used if they were to be sent into Iran.
He's asking about troops on the ground in Iran. Because this keeps coming up. Everybody want to know how far this is going to escalate. People are saying, can you do regime change from the air? Do you believe we will have to put troops on the ground? Can you do regime change from the air? It's a hell of a question. We want to remove the Shia Muslim. I've educated you on the Shia. I've educated you on the Shia ideology in these Shia nations, right? We want to remove the Shia. We don't want another supreme leader. We want the Sunnis to take over. We don't want another supreme leader, another Ayatollah Khomeini. We don't want that, right? So can we do that from the air? Can you do that without boots on the ground? This is the next debate that we're going to have on the channel. I think you need to stick around, double tap, hit the like button, make sure you subscribe, stay abreast of the issues so you can be with us as we have this debate together. Will we have to have boots on the ground? It's a hell of a question because what is our goal? And our goal is to get rid of the Shia.
Used if they were to be sent into Iran, what would they be used for? What's the situation on that?
Well, they're not part of the plan for this operation at this time, but I certainly will never take away military options on behalf of the President of the United States or the Commander-in-Chief, and he wisely does not do the same for himself. I know there's many leaders in the past who like to take options off of the table without having a full understanding of how things could develop. So again, it's not part of the current plan, but I'm not going to remove an option for the President that could
used if they.
So right now, the White House is saying it's not part of the current plan, but they're not going to remove the option of having boots on the ground. I've asked you to let us know, what do you think in the chat? Is it possible to remove the Ayatollah? Is it possible to remove the caliphate and remove the supreme leader in the Shia regime and ideology without boots on the ground? And now remember, as I educated you on the difference between the Shia and the Sunni, remember I said the majority are Sunni Muslims, but the majority of Iranians are Shia. So how do you get this regime change if the majority of Iranians are Shia? This ideology change, right? Given the demographics. Let's keep going, you guys.
Sitting here last week, I asked you if the president was going to make this a big part of the State of the Union, if you felt like you had to sell the possibility that he'd do strikes like this. We're now 5 days on. He hasn't done kind of the traditional speech to the nation part of it. Does the president believe the country supports the actions that he's taken so far in Iran?
I think he does. And I think the president knows the country is smart enough to read past many of the fake news headlines produced by people in this room that this action was unjustifiable. Again, this is a rogue terrorist regime that has been threatening the United States, our allies, and our people for 47 years.
Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. Double tap, hit the like button. #1 podcast on YouTube. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. I laid out the argument today, 47 years. I laid out the proxy argument. Hezbollah, Houthis, Hamas, attack, 160 attacks, hostages, 444 days, death to Israel, death to America, death to the. I laid out why we in Iran. Double tap at the like button.
Sitting here last week, I asked you if the president was going to make this a big part of the State of the Union, if he felt like he had to sell the possibility that he'd do strikes like this. We're now 5 days on. He hasn't done kind of the traditional speech to the nation part of it. Does the president believe the country supports the actions that he's taken so far in Iran?
Yes, yes, hashtag yes. Put one in the chat. Yes, we support Trump. Yes. Whoa, that MAGA. Whoa, that MAGA. We support Trump. This is what we voted for. What did I say yesterday? Yes, they deserve to die, and I hope they burn it out. Yes, they deserve to die, and I hope they burn it out. Let's go back. Let's go.
I think he does. And I think the president knows the country is smart enough to read past many of the fake news headlines produced by people in this room.
That's right, baby.
That this action was unjustifiable. Again, this is a rogue terrorist regime that has been threatening the United States, our allies, and our people for 47 years. And the American people are smart enough to know that. And they've also been smart enough to listen to the president himself, not just over the past year in this second term, but during his first term as president, and also for the past 40 years of his.
Sitting here last week, I asked you if the president was going to.
Facts. Sitting here like you somebody boss. You ain't the boss. Sitting here in this chair. Sitting here in this chair. Saying MAGA is gonna win this year. Double tap hit the like button. Sitting here in this chair. 2026. MAGA's in there.
America use our military and our capabilities to strike first, to take out this threat that has been threatening our country and our people for 47 years? Or is he going to, as commander-in-chief, sit back and watch as the rogue Iranian regime attacks our people in the region? That's obviously an unacceptable decision. For the second choice there is unacceptable to the president, which is why he made this decision. As for where the Ayatollah was going to be, that obviously had an impact on the timeline of the operation, but not quite the president's decision.
And we was going to wait. Remember, I reported to you 130,000 missiles as I broke down this access, As I broke down this access. Oh, Tim Walz. As we moving to Tim Walz, we've been doing Iran. Is y'all ready to go to Timmy? Okay, as we go into Tim Walz. Okay, we could go to Tim Walz, man. We could go to good old Tim Walz, man. And don't forget, we get into Kamala Harris, man. We get into Kamala Harris, man. Hold on, I got some more Iran. Before we get to Tim, we're gonna get to Tim. Tim is testifying on Capitol Hill, getting roasted. So we're going to get to the good parts. You know what I'm saying? We got to finish this Iran update.
We're fighting another country, powerful country, 90 million people. But here's what I see. I see a country that is run by Jack Nicholson in The Shining. These are religious zealots. If you don't agree with their version of Islam, you have to die. I see a bunch of religious zealots who are determined to get a nuclear warhead. They're never going to stop. I see religious zealots running a country that even after we bombed their nuclear facilities in June, they've already started back and they've lied about it. I see a powerful country that's amassing anywhere from 200 to 600 missiles a month, so that eventually they'll have enough missiles to threaten the whole world and prevent us from doing something about their nuclear capability. I see a powerful country of religious zealots at the leadership level who, if they get a nuclear weapon, will use it. I think that's what the American people see. I think that's what President Trump saw. I think he did the right thing.
Double tap at the like button. Do you think he did the right thing? What have I been teaching you guys about the Shia and the Sunni? When he said a religious zealot. Do you understand what he means? The definition of zealot, a person who is a fanatical and uncompromising in pursuit of their religious or political ideals. He said he called them religious zealots. Do you know who he's talking about? Hopefully, hopefully you know who he's talking about after all the hard work I've done here. I've done some hard work to make sure you know. When he's talking about these religious zealots, he's talking about the Shia Muslim regime, the Ayatollah Khomeini. Double tap, hit the like button. And he said, I agree. He said these religious zealots will not stop trying to get a nuclear weapon. Remember what the foundation, before we go to Tim Walz, we're flowing into Tim Walz, but remember the foundation I laid. I laid the foundation that this started with Biden administration, Biden being elected in 2020. And when Biden failed to get nuclear peace talks with the Iranian government, those peace talks failed, and they went forward with enriching uranium up to 60%, and they went on to attack allied powers, including Israel, and they kept having soft attacks up until October 7th, where they attacked Israel via their proxy Hamas. I educated you today on what about those, who are those proxies? I said they are Hamas, they are the Houthis, and they are Hezbollah, and they get up to over $1 billion in funding from Iran annually. It would be one thing if it was just one time $700 million, but I reported to you that they pay out annual support. Iran provides Hamas between 70 million to 100 million annually. And I reported that Hezbollah, here it is, Hezbollah is funded 700 million annually, Hamas 350 million per year, and the Houthis have been funded with money and equipped with ballistic missiles and drones used to attack Israel and Red Sea shipping. Hezbollah, not only $700 million annually for training in its arsenal of over 130,000 rockets. So that was the senator just said that their capability of producing 600 rockets a month. But I'm telling you about the proxy, Iranian proxy, and how this entire thing happened. This is my whole timeline right here. The Iranian government funds Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthis. The timeline of Hamas attacks in Gaza. Now let's not go to that timeline. I got another timeline I'd rather share with you that I feel like is more compelling. Where's the other timeline? This right here is economic impact right here. Macroeconomic timeline of Iran proxy events and attacks starting in 2021 to 2026. So 2021 was a transition in nuclear tension. I attribute this to the lack of leadership of Biden and Harris. I say Biden and Harris were DEI hires who were not prepared for the job. All of these conflicts proliferated under Biden and Harris. So this is what leads to them being emboldened to actually attacking Israel and actually attacking America. When Biden and Harris take office, there was nuclear talks in Vienna. So imagine Iran leadership sits down with an almost man that is barely alive. Biden may have fell asleep at the meeting. We don't know what happened in Vienna. What triggered Iran to look at America and say they're not prepared for the show? Nuclear talks in April 2021 begin, but they stall as Iran begins 60% uranium enrichment. Like Trump said, Iran never would have done that under Trump. Iran never would have been as so bold as to stall nuclear talks in Vienna and to go forward with 60% enrichment. July 2021, Iran drone attacks the MT Mercer Street oil tanker, kills 2 crew members, escalating the maritime shadow war. Iran has been in a war with us for 47 years. That's what every report today I've been telling you. Iran is religious zealots. The Shia Muslim Ayatollah Khomeini leadership has been in a shadow war, killing and taking names and hostages. This is just the timeline since 2021. I believe the proxy war escalated when Biden took office and showed weakness when leaving Afghanistan and showed weakness when falling asleep on the stage. That's why I believe Iran said no to these nuclear talks in Vienna and continued to enrich uranium. July 2021, they attacked us when they killed people at the MT Mercer Street. 2022, failed diplomacy and proxy buildup. Proxy buildup. Remember, I'm educating you on who are the proxies of Iran. When you hear about Houthi, Hamas, when you hear about Hezbollah, these are proxies, army, wars, arms of the Iranian IRGC to the tune of billions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of missiles. It's not just conjecture. January, March 2022, Houthis launched major missile and drone attack on UAE, Saudi Arabia, demonstrating long-range capabilities by Iran. How would you feel? You know what I've said today? How would you feel, given this breakdown and timeline, how would you feel if you were Israel? And you got to watch Joe Biden falling asleep. Joe Biden failed in Afghanistan, and Joe Biden failed at getting peace in Iran. And then after Joe Biden and Kamala Harris failed at getting peace in Iran, they started conflict in Russia. If you Israel, how do you feel? And then you watch Iran, who's also watching, everybody's watching Joe Biden. Everybody's watching Kamala fail miserably. So then how do you feel if you're Israel after you know this administration is not going to be able to protect this, and then Iran goes out with their proxy army and begins to attack Israel time and time again? I'm giving you a timeline since Biden took office on how they took advantage of Biden being in office. Double tap, hit the like button. This is sad. 2022 failed diplomacy and proxy buildup. January through March 2022, Houthis launched May. So this is 3 months long without a response. August 2022, the U.S. launches airstrikes in Syria against IRGC-backed militias following rocket attacks on U.S. bases. So you got attacks in Saudi Arabia. You got murder on the MT Mercer. Finally, in August 2022, the Biden-Harris administration does this weak shit. It doesn't deter them. It's not a deterrent, because what we know happens in 2023. Ring of Fire in October 7th. June 2023, Israel seizes crypto accounts linked to IRGC and Hezbollah used for financing terror operations. I've just told you about the billions of dollars going to these proxy armies via Iran. October 7th, 2023, Hamas launches the deadliest attack in Israel history. Now does it make sense when Israel says this is our 9/11? They're talking about the Saudi, I can't even say that. How do I want to say this? They're talking about the Middle Eastern money and funding behind the individuals who flew the airplanes, right? They're talking about how in which this actually took place, not only the number, because when people in America who are the naysayers say, well, it's not as the same amount of casualties as 9/11. You're not understanding the geopolitical background behind the attack on October 7th. It takes somebody like me to lay it down and show you the timeline from when Biden took office and when the proxy actions escalated under a feckless, ineffective Biden-Harris administration. So Israel is attacked by Hamas. And I've just educated you this morning that Hamas is being supplied to the tune of $350 million in missiles and drones by Iran. October 8th, they don't stop attacking. How many of you knew this part? How many of you, honestly, blood, be honest, how many of you knew this part? October 8th, 2023, the day after that horrible, horrible event, Hezbollah and the Houthis attack Israel. Did you guys know that? I know a lot of you thought it was over, and Israel immediately started being the bad guy. From what the liberal media told you, this attack happened and Israel just start being the bad guy and Israel just start killing people. That's what the liberal media told you. They didn't tell you that the Iranian proxy army continued to bomb Israel even after October 7th. And it took years. It took years until Trump became president for them to get hostages back. They just got all the hostages back under Donald Trump. Double tap at the like button, say thank you, Donald Trump, for getting the hostages back. October 8th, Hezbollah begins daily rocket fire into northern Israel, and the Houthis begin targeting Red Sea shipping. October 2023 through February 2024, U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria are attacked over 160 times. So you hear only about October 7th. How do you feel knowing this shit right now? As the liberal media goes in on Trump, we got Spain, we got who else? We got Stormer, we got all these who's supposed to be in Canada. Everybody telling us we're wrong. How do you feel knowing that all these people are turning their back on America, seeing how many times that we were attacked and Israel was attacked, not only leading up to October 7th, but then after October 7th. So October 7th, they go through their 9/11, but then they are continuously attacked, and to the point where they are attacking us up to 160 times. Why don't Rachel Maddow tell you this? Because they didn't fear any reprisal. My argument is, and always will be, and always have been, they did not feel reprisal under Biden and Harris. They were not afraid of Biden and Harris. That's why they kept attacking. Do you know this would never happen under Trump? What I am saying to you, right, whether you like Donald Trump or not, what you all will agree is Trump would have bombed somebody. Double tap hit the like button. Trump would have bombed somebody. Trump would have bombed somebody. This never would have been able to proliferate at this rate under Donald Trump. But this is the facts. This is the timeline. This is the facts. This is the timeline, right? It was not only October 7th. October through February 2024, U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria are attacked. Imagine if you're in the military. Imagine if you're in the military and you're stationed. I would love to have somebody from the U.S. military talk about this time period during Biden's administration where they were being attacked over 160 times by pro-Iranian militias. Oh, what Iranian militias might that be? Perfect Timing Podcast. The motherfucking Houthis, Hamas, and Hezbollah, like I've been teaching you. 2024, 2025, direct war and decapitation. April 1st, 2024, Israel strikes the Iranian consulate in Damascus, killing 2 generals. Iran responds with its first ever direct missile barrage. Iran this entire time has been the instigator and continue this bullshit. Do you guys understand? Iran is the one attacked Israel first, and they have never backed down. No one ever presents it like this. Iran attacked Israel first and America, and they never backed down. And while we over here being empathetic to Gazans and his kids in this hospital and all this shit, these motherfuckers is not backing down. Israel strikes Iranian consulate in Damascus, killing 2 generals. Iran responds with the first ever direct missile barrage on Israel to show their technical capabilities, that all they do is prepare for war. That's all Iran do since 1979, 130,000 missiles and increasing technology, all going toward missiles and missile guidance. September 2024, Israel assassinates Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah and kills Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar in October. June 2025, the U.S. and Israel launched Operation Midnight Hammer, bombing Iranian nuclear sites in Natanz and Fordo. I believe that's the 12-day war, right, y'all? 2026, the final confrontation. February 2028, Operation Epic Fury begins. The U.S. and Israel launch a full-scale air and sea invasion. March 1st, former Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei is killed during joint strikes. This is the #1 podcast on YouTube, y'all. Double tap, double tap, double tap. Give it up, man. Give it up, man. Religious zealots.
We're fighting another country, powerful country, 90 million people. But here's what I see. I see a country that is run by Jack Nicholson in The Shining. These are religious zealots. If you don't agree with their version of Islam, you have to die. I see.
This is what I'm teaching you about the Shia. If you don't agree, there's two versions of Islam. After Muhammad died in the 600s, double tap hit the like button if you love this podcast, man. No one else is giving you this foundation, man. Remember where we started on Monday. I told you about the zealots. When Muhammad died in 600, Islam was split between the Shia and the Sunni. The Sunni believed that we should have a leader who is the most capable leader, and they elected Bakr, right? But the Shia said it should be a blood lineage to Muhammad, and this brother came about that said he was Muhammad's cousin / son-in-law, brother-in-law, cousin from another motherfucker. Absolutely ridiculous. No proof of blood lineage at all. You know, a cousin. How many people got third cousins? This motherfucker, was he a first cousin? Was he a second cousin? Was he a third cousin? And when you read it, it says cousin / in-law. So this motherfucker was no blood relation. But the Shia say that they want to run this shit. They the most authentic version of Islam because they have a blood relation to Muhammad. Now, keep in mind, the person that the Sunnis elected was Muhammad's best friend. Bakr was Muhammad's best friend, knew Muhammad. Muhammad didn't name a successor, but the Sunnis elected the most capable person, which just happened to be one of Muhammad's best friends. But this other motherfucker said, nah, man, it's bloodline, blood gang, woo, so woo. So woo, bloodline, blood gang, Shia Muslim over here. I was his cousin, son-in-law, bloodline, blood gang. And if you become a Shia Muslim, and if you be Shia Muslim bloodline, so woo, then we gonna kill everybody who not Shia, especially them white Europeans who took over Iran after World War II, Russia, and then came and took over Iran, CIA in the UK in the 1950s. And install a dirty Shah, which led to this 1979 Suwu Shia blood gang uprising. How many people love this podcast? Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. I'm just giving you how this shit ended up happening. Religious zealots, Shia, Suwu.
We're fighting another country, powerful country, 90 million people. But here's what I see. I see a country that is run by Jack Nicholson in The Shining. These are religious zealots.
Yep.
If you don't agree with their version of Islam, you have to die.
You have to die.
I see a bunch of religious zealots who are determined to get a nuclear warhead. They're never going to stop.
Nope. They believe in jihad.
I see religious zealots running a country that even after we bombed their nuclear facilities in June, they've already started back.
Just like the drug boats, when we blew up the drug boat and them two motherfuckers tried to get back on the boat and save the cocaine.
And they've lied about it.
And they lied about it.
See a
they lied about it.
Powerful country that's
and they lied about it.
That's amassing anywhere from 200 to 600 missiles a month.
600 missiles a month. Hezbollah, 130,000 missiles, $700 million. Man, I want to show that again, man, because this shit is just like not even believable. I need to show people where I did my research because they're going to say this man just making shit up, man. Iran Access of Resistance Network. Let's share this right now one more time. I got to do this, man, because it's like comical. These numbers are comical. I know you have to agree with me. These numbers are comical. Like 130,000 missiles, 130,000 missiles. Well, it makes sense when you say 600 a month. So here are the numbers. Iran's Access of Resistance Network. Network. Well, I don't know why Rachel Maddow, what's the other girl named Joy Behar? Why they not teaching you this? Iran provides financial, military, and logistical support to a network of regional proxies. Double tap hit the like button. #1 podcast on YouTube. No one else is going to give you this foundational information. Iran Access of Resistance Network. Double tap hit the like button so you can keep it abread, can keep it supported, keep the algorithm, keep us out there, keep YouTube understanding that this is the #1 podcast for geopolitical debate on YouTube. Double tap hit the like button. Iran Access of Resistance Network. Iran provides financial, military, and logistical support to a network of regional proxies to extend its influence and target adversaries. Are you guys following the logic? Hezbollah is in Lebanon, Iran's most significant and heavily armed proxy, receiving an estimated $700 million annually. That's nearly $1 billion, ladies and gentlemen. $1 billion to someone who is an enemy of America, but that's not why we came here. The reason why we came here, because I wanted to read this last part to you that's comical and almost unbelievable. And if it's true, it should be criminal to the Democrat, liberal, socialist left who say that we have no right to defend ourselves. So $700 million annually for training in its arsenal of over 130,000 rockets. Am I reading that correctly? I know I got some big glasses. Double tap bifocals in the comments. Hashtag bifocals in the comments. I got some big glasses and I cannot see, and I'm also dyslexic, so I'm gonna need your help. Am I reading that correctly? Hezbollah is receiving $700 million, and it has an arsenal of over 130,000 rockets. Is that 13,000 rockets? Is that 13? Let's highlight it. Is that 13,000 rockets? You know, I am the black guy with the tight eye. I could be transposing, not transgender. I could be transposing. It looks to me to be $130,000, 130,000 rockets. Is that correct, audience? Okay, we're talking about Iran's proxy army and how they've attacked Israel and America in the shadow war for the over 47 years. Double tap hit the like button. I just want to give context to the video we're watching when the senator talks about religious zealots who believe if you don't believe in their form of Islam, then you die. We kill you. Hamas in Gaza. If you don't believe in our form of Islam, but they happen to be Sunni, Hamas has received up to $350 million per year from Iran. Okay, Houthis, who are in Yemen, a Shia Zadi group that Iran has equipped with ballistic missiles and drones used to attack Israel and Red Sea shipping, right? Double tap and hit the like button. Double tap and hit the like button. I am giving you context to the video when the senator is saying they are religious zealots who will kill you and murder you.
A month, so that eventually they'll have enough missiles to threaten the whole world and prevent us from doing something about their nuclear capability. I see a powerful country of religious zealots at the leadership level who, if they get a nuclear weapon, will use it. I think that's what the American people see.
Amen.
I think that's what President Trump saw.
Yep.
I think he did the right thing.
Double tap, hit the like button, put a 1 if you think President Trump did the right thing. Double tap, hit the like button if you think President Trump did the right thing. Are we doing the right thing in Iran? Day 5 of day. Let's get the Tim Walz testimony. Let's get the Tim Walz testimony. Let's get the Tim Walz going down. Tampon Tim. Let's get the Tampon Tim testimony. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Tim Walz is testifying. Let's get into it. #1 podcast on YouTube. How's that? Now, I gotta stop saying that, man. Y'all help me out. Double tap, hit the like. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Make sure you like. Yesterday, we got a membership. Bridge gave out 10 memberships. Thank you, Bridge. Gave out 10 memberships. Join the channel. Membership has its privileges. We got the special emojis. Hopefully the members are using their emojis, using the wrenches. I got some herbal tea. I got some herbal. It's a peach herbal tea. Peach. It's a peach prostate tea. Double tap hit the like button. It's a peach prostate tea for old people like me. Double tap hit the like button. Can't do caffeine. Can't do caffeine. So I got to do the herbal, and then I got into herbal teas. I used to work at a tea shop for a black tea sommelier. Depending on how long you've been subscribed to the channel, you heard about the my experience at the black tea shop, working for a black tea sommelier, where I learned a lot about herbal tea. This was during the pre and during the pandemic. I was a vegan at the time. And then I know somebody said a joke about vegan earlier. That's hella funny. You know what I'm saying? But I was a vegan at the time. I worked at this tea shop. This is after working in corporate America for like 15 years. I grew my hair and locks. In corporate America, I couldn't have long hair, so I grew my hair and locks. It was hotep, you know what I'm saying? So I got long hair. You know, I started studying hotep and debating, and this is when I first came to YouTube as a hotepper, and I was working at the tea shop, and one of my good friends, my brother, he had a TV show. So I'm at the tea shop, and a good friend of mine, his name is Clutch. We had a TV show together. He comes into the tea shop, and we become best friends. And he says, "I used to produce television. Would you want to be on a TV show with me?" And I was like, why would he ask me that? So I say, hell yeah. I'm from my generation. Who don't want to be on TV? So that's my first experience. He produced a show called The Male Progressive. And then it did well. It blew up really quickly, really well, me and Clutch. And we shot that at the tea shop. At the tea shop, I learned a lot about tea and herbal tea and rooibos tea, oolong tea. Before I was drinking caffeine, oolong tea was my favorite. We had this really good oolong tea that was imported. Like people, Japanese people from all over our area would come to our tea shop because we were so serious about our teas, and we had some of the best oolong tea. It was only like 1 or 2 shops, and if they were sold out, everybody knew to come to our shop to get the real oolong tea. And so like we had this moringa tea, this chamomile tea. The brother had cultivated this chamomile tea with Egyptian chamomile. So it was not chamomile in the bag. It was loose leaf tea, and we would bag it up for you like it was weed. We would scoop it out a big ass jar. So it was this Egyptian chamomile. And because it was this special Egyptian chamomile tea, it was huge, not like regular chamomile. So it was big and beautiful like a flower. So, yeah, that's where I learned about the different teas. Tulsi, you know what I'm saying? That was a good tea. We had horny goat weed. There was a period tea for when women, right now it's a full moon, right? And my wife is having her cycle, and a lot of women are experiencing the cycle because the moon is so big and so close. Even if you weren't, it's triggering because of the gravitational pull. It's triggering, women are spiritual, cosmic, beautiful, godly gifts and beings that we have, that we are so blessed to be next to, right? Like men are not connected to the motherfucking moon, you know? We're down here blowing shit up. Men down here trying to have power and war. Men are down here making 130,000 missiles. Do you think if these were all women that we would have 130,000 missiles? But we used to have this tea, this menstrual tea, and it would sell out. and it had like some rose hips, but it had this stuff. The guy I worked for, he would study this stuff, and I mean the women would line up to get this tea. Whenever we had like a blood moon or one of these special moons where the moon was really large and really close, and all the women would be triggered to have a similar cycle and similar feelings, the tea would sell out. And we knew we would have to prepare a tea. And it ain't that funny? Like, these are things we don't talk about, right? We talk about politics and we never get into spirituality. And how would we know that because a large moon would come, a blood moon or a large moon would be coming in that would be bright and close, that we would have to make extra tea, right? And it would sell out. But that's why when I'm drinking my tea, it's never caffeinated. It's most of the time it's going to be a herbal tea that has some type of health benefit, you know, some moringa, you know, something like that, some rooibos, some hibiscus. I love hibiscus. Himica, what do black people call it? Himica. Black people call it Himica or Himica. You know. But I love hibiscus tea because I got the circulation, you know, the hibiscus help you with the circulation. So I buy the hibiscus and I make tea. So that's just a little tangent. Let's go into Tim Walz. Let's go into Tim Walz. I hope y'all enjoying yourself. I'm enjoying myself. You know, a lot of the suckers, man, they try to run up out of here, man. Where y'all going, man? Just because I start talking to my party people, you know what I'm saying? Show some love and respect, man. Show some love and respect, man. This is before we go into Tim Walz, y'all want to look at how they be doing the fake protests. Let's do before, because I don't want to double back to Iran. Before let's go into this. This is great right here. Let's cue this up. The Iran protests in New York are bought and paid for. Here it is, all with proof. Watch how they load signs into the car at 3 minutes, and leader confronts me and I expose her salary. She celebrated October 7th and got paid to do it. Best of luck. Double tap, hit the like button.
All right, so you can see that none of this is grassroots. This is all paid for. Hey, how you doing, guys? Where are we headed with these signs? Where are we going here? You guys are saying that this is grassroots, but this does not look very grassroots. You guys doing this for free? Show this to people that say that any of this is grassroots. Show it to them. Show them this clip. So all these signs that you see laid out right here are going to Columbus Circle for a protest that Roy Neville Singham is paying for, okay? A CCP billionaire who's trying to sow division into this country. He needs to be looked at, Roy Neville Singham. Oh, here we go, more signs. Oh my God, is this enough, guys? Wow. So let's just see roughly how many signs these are. They all say PSL, probably George Soros is involved with PSL.
PSL's fiscal sponsor is the Progress Unity Fund, and we know from last episode that the sponsor of the Progress Unity Fund is the Tides Foundation. George Soros gave the Tides Foundation $40 million.
Answer Coalition, Progress Unity Fund. If you look at this over here, you can see answercoalition.org, which is funded by the Progress Unity Fund, which is funded by George Soros. So you got George Soros and you got Roy Neville Singham funding millions of dollars into this country, trying to sow division. And now everyone will see that none of this is natural. It comes from an office that he owns called the People's Forum. Where to now? We're going to Columbus Circle, I thought. You see American flag in there? No. Palestine, Cuba, huge Palestine flag for socialist literature. Okay? This is about socialism. Don't be mistaken. This is not about Palestine. This is about instilling a socialist Marxist hellscape inside of the United States. Right now, they have no choice because we checked to see, right? We checked to see that if they have a back door and didn't see a back door. So they've got no choice but to come out here and a van's going to drive up and I'm going to load the signs in. Okay, so this guy's going to drive up and they're going to load all the signs into this car right here. Alrighty? Come with me. Here we go. Let's load them all into this van. You hired a service for this? Back up. Let them give me a second. Alrighty. Roy Neville Singham paid these folks $20 million through the Goldman Sachs Philanthropy Fund, a donor advised fund. He did it honestly, but he was caught. This is obvious sowing of division in the United States. If Elon Musk had not bought an X, these people would have won. See for yourself, ladies and gentlemen. Witness this. What is wrong with us?
You are such a cowardly piece of shit.
Why?
You are.
Why? How am I? Who pays me? YouTube pays me. My viewers pay me
How much
by
money do you
watching.
get? This is not real journalism. You're a fake, you complete fake
Okay.
journalist.
Did you or did you not get $20 million from Roy Neville Singham to protest? Did you or did you
How much money
not?
do you get for your right-wing bullshit? That's what I want to know.
Okay. So you can look on YouTube on Social Blade. You can see exactly how much I earn. Yeah, take a photo of me as if there isn't already a photo. Why are you taking a photo of me as if you don't already know who I am?
I don't understand.
You're all sick of me. So what are you going to do about it?
What am I going to do about it?
Yeah, what are you going to do about it?
Well, I don't have to do anything about it because you don't bother us that much. You don't. Do
Clearly I
anything.
am because you're videoing
You're
me.
You're just a complete idiot. You're a fake journalist.
I'm a fake journalist.
I think that you should.
What have I done that's
feel
fake?
Ashamed of yourself every single day.
You should feel ashamed for
You're
yourself
on a
for
public-
sowing
you're on a
division
public
and
sidewalk. Get a real job. Be a real journalist and do something for something in your life. Do
how
something.
can you say with a straight face for me to get a real job? How can you keep a straight face and say that?
You're a paid protester. You're a paid
Did you or did you not get $20 million from Roy Neville Singham? You can't deny it. There it is. Meet Layan Fulihan. She's a paid protester. Her base salary is $70,000 with an additional compensation of $8,649. So who is this woman getting paid $80K a year to protest? Layan is a Columbia alum with a Palestinian background. She holds a full-time staff position as an educator at the People's Forum as she protests all around New York City.
So she got multiple jobs.
Leader that we've exposed. Roy Neville Singham pays Layan to travel. That's why you see her speaking in Washington, D.C. at another protest. None of this is grassroots. Know that. Here she is being paid to argue with the police as she blocks traffic outside Columbia University.
Into the pen. You gotta go in the pen. You are blocking pedestrian traffic. You are blocking pedestrian traffic.
Here she is again with Taher alongside Mahmoud Khalil. When she's arrested, Singham is there to bail her out. You can see the People's Forum announced that her and David Chung, another paid protester who gets paid $75,000 a year to protest, were both arrested. You can get David Chung's Friedman file that consists of never seen before research right now if you scan the QR code on your screen or click the link in the description or in my bio. Layan speaks at the People's Forum about her Marxist agenda as she carefully and subtly ushers in Islam into the West. They actually teach classes advocating for Marxism at the People's Forum. Layan celebrated Hamas's atrocities on October 7th. She tweeted out on October 7th, "Long live the Palestinian resistance." She frames the
How do you feel knowing this after what I've taught you about the religious zealots and the Shia Muslim? How do you feel knowing this, knowing that the liberal left made you empathize with Shia Muslims who want your death and believe in a version of Islam that will cause you to no longer exist and believe in a jihad? Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button.
Terrorists who have killed American servicemen. Here she is speaking in Spanish in Venezuela at the International Solidarity Conference that Nicolas Maduro spoke at. Here she is defending the regime.
Yo soy de raíces palestinas y estamos en un mundo totalmente diferente, cambiado por la resistencia palestina, porque aunque veo
The problem is this is an American.
estadounidense, los sionistas lo que están haciendo a nuestro pueblo, yo
Same talking points in Spain.
un momento en que todo el mundo está más y más consciente que tenemos el mismo enemigo y eso nos une. Venezuela, Cuba son en el frente de ese movimiento.
So she said we got the same enemy. So she's in cahoots with the caliphate and the Shia Muslim. She says that that's the same thing Spain is saying. right?
Classes talking about how the Russian Revolution was the first time workers and peasants seized state power and held on to it. That's what these people are paid to make happen right here in America. Just how badly has Layan been radicalized? How much does she want revolution in America? This much.
We have two options: either victory or death. There is no in between.
So when the senator said they believe in a version of Islam and they believe that if you don't believe in that version, that you should die, that's what it is, right? That's what it is. They said that.
Radicalized. How much does she want revolution in America? This much.
We have two options: either victory or death.
Can't make it up.
There is no in between.
Can't make it up.
And we went to that protest that they were preparing for, and just look what we saw.
You can see it's all the same signs that we saw them loading into the van. See how, what would they be holding if not for those vans?
In massive numbers for Palestine over 2 years. We will continue to come out to the streets anytime we can.
Nice to see you. No, do your thing.
I will be exposing many of the other paid activists at this protest. I wanted to include it in this video, but I have to go right now to DC for a scheduled interview with Congresswoman Luna, and I will bring this report directly to her. If you want to know more about...
Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. #1 podcast on YouTube, doing what we do. Perfect Timing Podcast, back with the black. We going into 10 Walz before we go into Jasmine Crockett getting fired. We going into 10 Walz before we go into Jasmine Crockett getting fired. House Committee questions Walz. House Committee questions Walz and Ellison on Minnesota benefits fraud. Double tap, hit the like button. House Committee questions Keith Ellison. Wasn't he in the House before? And I didn't even know he was from Minnesota, man. This what we talking about. Double tap, hit the like button. #1 podcast on YouTube, doing what we do. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Double tap, hit the like button, man. I am so happy to be here, man. I just want to say I love you guys. Show some love and unity in the chat. Love, peace, and respect. Unity in the chat. House Committee questions Walz and Ellison on Minnesota benefits fraud. The House Oversight Committee held a hearing on Wednesday grilling Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison over claims that they ignore fraud risk in programs like child nutrition and Medicaid since 2019. An interim report estimates nearly $300 million stolen from child nutrition funds through the Feeding Our Future scandal and up to $9 billion at risk in Medicaid programs. Walz and Ellison defended their reforms, including fraud units, provider suspensions, and over 75 charges, while Republicans accused them of prioritizing litigation fears and discrimination concerns over stopping payments. Mace, I hope you learned some lessons from your last hearing. Walz, I did. Double tap, hit the like button. Walz testifying to Somali and fraud up to $19 billion. Let's go, MAGA.
And I hope you learned some lessons from your last hearing with me on the Oversight Committee. Have you learned anything
I
since
did
then?
that if I didn't speak up, 2 of my people would be dead, Congresswoman, and I warned you.
Okay, Miss Governor Walz, what is a woman? Have you learned that lesson? Do you know what a woman is?
I'm the governor of Minnesota, Congresswoman.
You know what a
I'm not
woman
here
is.
to be your prop for your
Okay,
obsession.
So
I
if you
taught
can't
middle school
define
your
what
obsession.
a woman is, you certainly can't define what fraud is. If you can't even define what a woman is, you can't define fraud. How much more, Walz, and I hope you learned some lessons from your last hearing with me on the Oversight Committee. Have you learned anything
I
since
did
then?
that if I didn't speak up, 2 of my people would be dead, Congresswoman, and I warned you.
Okay, Miss Governor Walz, what is a woman?
She said, Miss, did y'all catch that? Miss Governor.
Warned you.
Okay, Miss Governor.
Did y'all catch that? Did y'all catch that? And I warned you. She hit him with the, excuse me, Miss.
Up, 2 of my people would be dead, Congresswoman, and I warned you.
Okay, Miss Governor Walz.
Miss Governor Walz. She's a cold one.
What is a woman? Have you learned that lesson? Do you know what a woman is?
Have you learned that lesson?
I'm the governor of Minnesota, Congresswoman.
you know what a
I'm not
woman
here
is?
to be your prop for your
Okay,
obsession.
so
I
if you
taught middle
can't
school your
define what a
obsession.
woman is, you certainly can't define what fraud is. If you can't even define what a woman is, you can't define fraud. How much money, Walz, and I hope you learned some lessons from your last hearing with me on the Oversight Committee. Have you learned?
Have you learned? She put him over her lap and spanked his ass. Double tap hit the like button. Did he learn, chat? Chat, did he learn? Has Tim Walz learned anything? Hit 1 if Tim Walz learned his lesson. Did he learn his lesson, chat? Double tap hit the like button.
Yep. And would you agree that as governor, ultimately you're responsible if tax dollars are defrauded?
Yes, I would agree.
Yep. Would you also agree that calling somebody racist is a serious accusation?
If they are racist, I think it's
I'm
probably
asking
accurate.
you, is that a serious accusation to make about somebody?
I think it's just an observation of reality.
All right, well, let's go there. Is it racist for a government official to identify fraud?
No.
No. Is it Islamophobic?
To identify fraud?
To identify fraud?
No, I don't believe it would be.
How come multiple whistleblowers have said that your administration told them not to say anything about widespread fraud across multiple agencies because doing so would be considered racist or Islamophobic?
I can't speak to it because it's not anything I would say.
Well, that's what your administration has said and has told whistleblowers. And as you just testified, the buck stops with you. It's what you stated in your statement whenever you announced you weren't running again.
Double tap hit the like button. What y'all think? Tim Walz testifying to the Somalian fraud. Has he been prepared? Is he prepared? Is Tim Walz a DEI hire? Double tap hit the like button. Purpose of the podcast.
And you know, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you know this, but it's been widely reported that in 2008, when Barack Obama was choosing his vice presidential candidate, he had 3 criteria. He wanted to make sure he picked somebody that wasn't as smart as him and had less talent and charisma and couldn't possibly outshine him. So he picked Joe Biden. And then Joe Biden in 2020 used the exact same criteria. He wanted to make sure he picked somebody who wasn't as smart as him, had less talent and charisma, and wouldn't outshine him. And he
That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
And you know, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you know this, but it's been widely reported that in 2008, when Barack Obama was choosing his vice presidential candidate, he had 3 criteria. He wanted to make sure he picked somebody that wasn't as smart as him and had less talent and charisma and couldn't possibly outshine him. So he picked Joe Biden. And then Joe Biden in 2020 used the exact same criteria. He wanted to make sure he picked somebody who wasn't as smart as him, had less talent and charisma, and wouldn't outshine him. And he picked Kamala Harris.
Come on.
Same criteria. He wanted to make sure he picked somebody who wasn't as smart as him, had less talent and charisma, and wouldn't outshine him. And he picked Kamala Harris. And then in 2024, Governor, I think it's very evident why Kamala Harris picked you. The talent pool, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, the talent pool isn't just shallow, brother. We have hit.
If you didn't hit the like button yet, if you didn't hit the comment section, if you're not having a good time, if this ain't the best podcast, double tap hit the like button, man. Oh man, if you ain't in the comments, man, if you ain't in the likes, man, oh my God, that is hilarious.
Do you agree that as governor, ultimately your response?
The talent pool, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, the talent pool isn't just shallow, brother. We have hit the shore, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair.
And, you know, Mr. Chairman.
The talent pool is sore, and we have hit the, oh man, this shit, Tim is getting beat up. Here's Jim Jordan. Jim Jordan going in on Tim Walz, Somali fraud. Double tap, hit the like button. Tim Walz testifying to Somali fraud. Finally, we get some answers. Will we get some answers? Double tap, hit the like button.
The payments are restarted. Why didn't you tell the truth about why you restarted the payments?
Oh, we talked about this.
Well, Chairman, we did tell you, and Feeding Our Future grew because of the pandemic. And
I didn't ask that question. I said, why didn't you tell the truth about why you restarted the payments? The payments stopped because there were concerns, obviously, it wouldn't stop the payments. Then they're restarted a month later. What was the reason for restarting the payments?
my understanding was the agency believed that the court had required them to make those payments.
And that was false, wasn't it? You repeated
think
that.
that
You
is-
said that, didn't you? You
I
said that's
don't
why the
think-
reason you said the reason you restarted is because the court ordered you to do so. Is that right?
I don't believe that is settled yet, to the best of my knowledge.
Well, I think it is, because the court did something that I don't know if I've ever seen it. They issued a statement saying you were wrong in what you were saying. This is from the court. It says, Feeding Our Future versus Minnesota Department of Education, correcting reports and statements by Governor Tim Walz concerning orders issued by the court.
So we talked about this before, just to give context to this video. So you guys know about the fraud in Minnesota, the $1 billion fraud. It's not just autistic children. It's not just daycares, but it was also fake meals during the pandemic, right? And in these fake meals, one of the major culprits, over $250 million stolen, was Feeding Our Future. Keep in mind, Ilhan Omar knows the owner, knows them, and received benefits and gifts allegedly from Feeding Our Future in the form of a campaign party. So when Tim Walz is saying this, I don't think he's being completely honest in the context of what ended up happening is the reason why we think Pam Bondi will and should prosecute Tim Walz is because the fraud was known. There was whistleblowers and people saw the fraud. You would imagine $1 billion of fraud just doesn't go unseen. So this Feeding Our Families fraud was caught and actually was in court. And they stopped paying them. Now, remember, I told you about Tim Walz and Biden-Harris policies that would pay people like the Leering Center on an automatic computerized basis in advance. How do you pay a daycare center in advance? Well, you paying them based on enrollment. That's the only way you can pay them in advance. You can't pay them based on attendance in advance because the children haven't arrived there. So that means if I'm paying a daycare in advance, you're not paying them for children to be there, which is why Nick Shirley saw a daycare center with no children, because they were being paid by Biden and Walz in advance on an automatic basis based on enrollment. The fraud was caught, went to court, a judge stopped payment. Tim Walz ordered the payment to be restarted to the fraudulent company who later was found to steal up to $300 million. That's the context for this right here. Tim Walz went above and beyond the court system. The court system and the actual people who do their job to catch fraud in Minnesota caught the fraud. It was a lot of money. The people who were supposed to do their job to catch the fraud in Minnesota did their job, caught the fraud, took the Somalian fraudsters, Somalian pirates, shout out to Donald Trump, Somalian pirates, took them to court, stopped the payments. Tim Walz came in and said, you guys are being racist, continue to pay them. You can't make this up. You can't make this up.
The payments are restarted. Why didn't you tell the truth about why you restarted the payments?
Well, Chairman, we did tell you, and Feeding Our Future grew because of the pandemic. And
I didn't ask that question. I said, why didn't you tell the truth about why you restarted the payments? The payments stopped because there were concerns, obviously, it wouldn't stop the payments. Then they're restarted a month later. What was the reason for restarting the payments?
my understanding was the agency believed that the court had required them to make those payments.
And that was false, wasn't it? You repeated
think
that.
that
You
is-
said that, didn't you? You
I
said that's
don't
why the
think-
reason you said the reason you restarted is because the court ordered you to do so. Is that right?
I don't believe that is settled yet, to the best of my knowledge.
Yes or
I
no?
think it is, because the court did something that I don't know if I've ever seen it. They issued a statement saying you were wrong in what you were saying. This is from the court. It says, Feeding Our Future versus Minnesota Department of Education, correcting reports and statements by Governor Tim Walz concerning orders issued by the court. Here's what the judge says. Governor Tim Walz told the media that the Minnesota Department of Education attempted in payments to FOF because of possible fraud, but that Judge Guthman ordered payments to continue in April 2021. Next sentence. That is false. So you said something wasn't true. He further says, Judge Guthman, the court says this, Judge Guthman never ordered the Department of Education to resume payments to Feeding Our Future in April 2021 or at any other time. So I want to know, why didn't you tell the truth?
Congressman, the attorneys at the Department of Education interpreted that differently. Both of those judges are no longer on the bench, and I think that interpretation.
The very first sentence, the first 7 words. This is not some unnamed source talking to the New York Times. This is not some anonymous source talking to whatever your Minnesota Star Tribune or whatever your paper is. This is the court speaking. First sentence, first 7 words. Due to inaccurate statements by the governor, Ramsey County District Court judge has issued and authorized this following news release. That's pretty straightforward. So the court's lying?
Got him.
I can't tell you, Congressman, but the interpretation
somebody's lying. Somebody's lying, because you can't say the court ordered you to restart the payments, and then the court says we didn't order you to restart the payments. So either you're lying or the court's lying. And I'm just asking you, which one is it?
Which one is it in the chat? Tell me right now. Who lying? The court lying or Tim Walz? Tim Walz lying, put 1. Is Tim Walz a liar? Press 1. Press 1.
I just simply know what the attorneys at the agency believed, that it was a misinterpretation. And I would note that those
payments. Could it be you were trying to hide behind the court, Governor? Could that maybe be the reason why you issued the statements you did and why the court had to do something you never see done before? They issue a press statement saying you're wrong. The governor is wrong. His statement is, their words, not mine, false. Could that be the reason?
That was not the interpretation of the attorneys. And you know, court work, you can appeal those, Congressman, as you well know. I'm sure
is it all about politics, Governor?
No, it's about taking care of our people, which Minnesota does better than anyone else.
3 million, the behavioral intervention program went from 3 million to 400 million in 5 years. The housing stabilization went from 2.6 million to 104 million. The integrated community supports went from 4.6 million.
He don't know shit. And the governor is executive. The governor is executive, and he don't know shit. I think that's unacceptable. I think that's unacceptable. If you don't know, you should have known in that role. This is what is being said by these investigations. If you don't know, you should have known in that role, or you shouldn't have had that role. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's get some more information to support the argument about feeding our future. Hundreds of millions of dollars frauded from the Minnesota and American taxpayers, stolen by Somalian pirate fraudsters. You know, you can join my channel right now, or you can support Somalian fraud. I got a Somalian special we're running right now for less than a cup of coffee. Remember when we were kids? The UNICEF thing, you could send money to starving Africans. They had swollen bellies and bulging eyeballs with flies flying on their eyeballs. 10 cents a day. UNICEF, you could send money to starving Somalians, and we let them in here and they stole billions of dollars. You could feed a starving Somalian, or join my channel for less than a cup of coffee. So Ilhan Omar, we just gonna go to Ilhan Omar, and we're gonna go to more of the Somalian fraud that took place. And we talking about Somalian fraud. We talking about Ilhan Omar, Jacob Fry, Tim Walz, Keith Ellison. A hell of a day on Capitol Hill, and they having to face the music finally. And will we get a prosecution? I don't know. Breaking: Ilhan Omar is done. The rats are scattering, and most of them are begging reporters to hear their stories. Whistleblowers now confirm her campaign funneled massive amount of money to her husband's firm, while Somali-linked networks in Minneapolis ran one of the biggest COVID relief fraud schemes in history. Hundreds of millions stolen. She knew, she benefited, she covered up. Double tap, hit the like button, like, share, and subscribe. Ilhan Omar, she knew, she benefited, she covered them up. This isn't a community outreach. This is corruption on steroids. Perfect timing podcast right now. Do you support revoking Ilhan Omar's citizenship and deporting her out of America? Put a 1 in the chat if you agree, yes. Do you support revoking Ilhan Omar's citizenship and deporting her out of America immediately? Press 1 in the chat if you support deporting Ilhan Omar. Double tap, hit the like button. Purpose of my podcast, back with the blast. More on Somali and fraud before we go to Tim Walz and Keith Ellison.
Well, now investigators are tracking the web of fraud to other Minnesota Democrats, such as Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. Many of the suspects linked to the scheme live in her district, including a restaurant owner who hosted events for her. He has since been convicted of stealing $12 million in COVID funds. Well, now investigators are tracking the web of fraud to other Minnesota.
That's right. Connected to Ilhan Omar, $12 million in funds. $12 million directly connected to Miss Omar. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's keep going. Keith Ellison took a beating also. Just in, Representative Tim Mike drops AG Keith Ellison on Governor Tim Walz for allowing rampant Somali fraud. Double tap, hit the like button. Keith Ellison, Tim Walz on Capitol Hill testifying on the Somali fraud.
Our PIQC is accused of $300 million in fraud as significant assets, yet no charges and no attempts to recover taxpayer money. I'll remind y'all, $19 billion. I was a state legislator, and I can remember when our state budget was $19 billion. This is money that's been stolen, and it will not be recovered, and you all are to blame, and every dadgum one of you all ought to step down. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back before.
Our PIQC is accused of 300.
That's it, $19 billion. And you should step down. You should be ashamed of yourself. Keith Ellison on Capitol Hill. Look at these crooks, man. Look at these crooks, man. Put a 1 in the chat. Is these crooks? Huh? Is these crooks? Put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat. Double tap, hit the like button. Just then, Tim Walz getting flustered and being a panicking after he was exposed about lying to cover up Somali and fraud. Double tap, hit the like button.
I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Governor Walz and Attorney General Ellison, my questions are going to be simple and direct. Governor Walz, you were inaugurated as governor on January 17th, 2019, and have served in that role through 2 terms ever since, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
During the time period 2019 and 2020, while you were serving as governor, isn't it true that state auditors and officials raised concerns about fraud and vulnerabilities in programs overseen by your administration?
I can't confirm that, but I'm assuming we have always ongoing OLA.
I'll take that as a yes. Those warnings were communicated to senior officials in your administration, including yourself, correct?
I can't speak if it was directly.
I think the correct answer to that would also be yes. Despite those warnings, you did not order a broad stop payment or suspension of payment in any program at that time, correct?
We're not going to stop payments of feed children until we have the proof that things happen. In 2019, we did start taking action. I went to the legislature.
Okay, Governor Walz, when fraud concerns were raised early in your tenure in the Child Care Assistance Program, did your administration stop payments at that time?
The Child Care Assistance Program and
the answer is no. When fraud concerns were raised.
Would you like me to answer or not, Chairman?
Well, it's yes or no.
I want you to help.
You've already answered the question. You said you didn't ever stop payments, and that's what the problem is, and that's what the Democrats are complaining about. Oh my gosh, Trump stopped payments. Well, my God, you lost billions to fraud in Minnesota. That's what this hearing's
Mr.
about.
Chairman,
you didn't stop payments because you didn't want to rock the boat. And when fraud concerns were raised,
Chairman.
When fraud concerns were raised in Medicaid, home and community-based services, did your administration stop payments? No, you did not. When fraud concerns were raised in non-emergency medical transportation, did your administration stop payments?
Chairman, if I could mention what a stop payment meant by what the administration did last week is 400,000 children without health care. Are you stopping payment if one person?
We believe that's your fault and the Attorney General's fault because you do nothing about fraud, even though everyone in America sees
Our Medicare
with their
error
own
rate is
eyes
lower than your
the
state.
fraud. You have been defrauded. You have not been good stewards of the taxpayer dollars. And the Democrat position is, well, keep the money flowing. The American taxpayers have had enough.
I think that's a fair uncharacterization.
They want their taxpayer dollars spent wisely. We all support social programs.
That's not a fair
to the vulnerable,
characterization.
but if you're going to waste the money to fraudsters, then we have to stop and recalculate.
We're not. We're putting them in jail when we can, Chairman. And some of these programs are crafted in such a way that there's a procedure to follow. And I'm with you. $1 is too much. I don't think there's a lot of difference here if you want to help us get at this. The question is it a sledgehammer? Is it a scalpel? I understand there's no political upside.
Well, let's get into what we've talked. You eventually did pause payments in certain programs, but that wasn't until late 2025 after the federal government stepped in. Is that correct?
I don't think that's a fair characterization of stepped in. We've been partners in this and working on them, but
let's move on. And that decision occurred only after large-scale fraud had already taken place for years. Now, Governor Walz, employees inside state agencies raised concerns about fraud and improper payments for years. Is that correct?
Inside agencies, we've been prosecuting them for years. Yes.
But they have raised concern. Agencies have raised concern about fraud in Minnesota, correct? For
Each
years.
of those, yes, when they do and they're prosecuted.
Some
Yes.
of those employees faced retaliation after raising those concerns. Is that correct?
That is not correct, Chairman.
Okay.
Minnesota has strong whistleblower protections.
Attorney General Ellison, you are the chief legal officer of the state of Minnesota, correct?
Yes.
Your office advises agencies on compliance with federal and state law, correct?
Yes.
Retaliation against whistleblowers reporting fraud is unlawful, correct?
That is right.
At any point during your tenure, did you tell state agencies to stop payments due to credible fraud allegations? Yes or no?
Sir, we prosecuted over
took
300
so long?
people in the Medicaid fraud area. We
300, I
convicted
would
them.
predict is a drop in the bucket, but you've never said to stop payments. That's what
It's one of the highest rates in the country, sir.
Well, you have one of the highest fraud rates in the country
Yeah.
in Minnesota.
That's not true. And my office doesn't have the authority to do a stop payment. We prosecute criminals when they're presented us by the agency.
So the answer is no, unfortunately. No one's ever from your office said to stop payments until we can get the fraud under control. So to summarize, you both knew about fraud, risk, and payments continued. Our investigation has shown that whistleblowers who were alerted about the widespread fraud were ignored, sidelined, and even retaliated against. Only after federal authorities ultimately stepped in did you take any action. It's not this committee's responsibility to decide guilt or dole out punishment, but it's clear there was a massive failure of oversight and, quite frankly, a failure of leadership. One wonders whether either of you should bear some personal responsibility for the billions of dollars siphoned off by fraudsters under your noses in the state that you led. Again, this isn't for the committee to decide, but based on your answers today and apparent failure to take any responsibility, still the answer to that question has become abundantly clear.
Abundantly clear. Double tap, hit the like button. They looking bad on Capitol Hill. Keith
I'll
Ellison.
recognize myself for 5 minutes. Governor Walz.
Keith Ellison, Tim Walz on Cap. Look at that. Look at that face. Keith Ellison, Tim Walz on Capitol Hill getting roasted. We got more. We got more. This our brother from another mother, Scott Jennings, on this
to make them real. We'll round out the show today with this. We've had a few stories in the last couple of days around violent illegal aliens in Virginia, a horrific stabbing from an illegal alien with dozens of prior arrests. We talked about that today. Pennsylvania, illegal immigrant with a CDL, murdering innocent people. You might think that stories like this would wake up the Democratic Party to make them realize that illegal immigration is a problem, that law enforcement should be allowed to get these people and get them out of the country. Maybe these stories, you might think, would convince Democrats they are wrong when it comes to their idea to cut off any partnerships with ICE. Maybe they would recognize there are violent repeat offenders in our country who shouldn't be here. They're illegal aliens for one, and they're violent for two. That would be a reasonable reaction for a functioning, mature political party. Instead, Democrats are doubling, nay, tripling down, I think, on their insane positions around immigration. Just last week, my interaction on CNN with Tennessee State Representative Justin J. Pearson, that went viral because he refused to acknowledge that there is a single illegal alien that he believes ICE should deport. He couldn't name a single person. And now up in Minnesota, there is a Democrat primary up there for the United States Senate, and it is forcing the candidates in that race to take the most irresponsible, craziest positions you could imagine. Representative Angie Craig, she is a congresswoman right now. She's running in this Senate primary. She wrote an actual op-ed for her local newspaper in Minneapolis saying that she now regrets her vote in favor of the Laken-Riley Act. She voted for it. Now she regrets it. Now keep in mind what the Laken-Riley Act was all about. It allowed for the detention of non-citizens without bail if they are charged with burglary, assaulting a police officer, or other crimes. So to recap, Angie Craig, a Democrat member of Congress, regrets the idea that illegal aliens, violent illegal aliens, when charged with a crime, should stay in jail. She is telling Democrats in Minnesota she regrets the idea that she wouldn't let those people out of jail. She wants them in your community. Democrats want violent illegal aliens in your community, and it has become a central pillar of their campaigns this spring. I know it sounds crazy, but you have to listen to their own words. The mainstream position of the Democratic Party is that when it comes to violent, criminal, illegal aliens, they must be set free. They must be allowed to roam freely in the United States of America. They don't want to deport them. They don't want them in jail. They just want them in your community free to commit other violent crimes, which is what happened in Northern Virginia in the tragic case of the 41-year-old mother who was stabbed at the bus stop, in the case of Laken-Riley, and on and on and on.
I just want to say God bless the memory of Lincoln Riley. God bless the family. We on this channel fully support the Lincoln Riley Act and the Angel families. Thank you, Donald Trump, for the Lincoln Riley Act and the Angel family. Get a little choked up. God bless America, man. God bless America, man. God bless America, man. Yeah, man. We support the Lincoln Riley Act, and we support the Angel families. Straight up. Keith Ellison, Tim Walz testimony. Double tap, hit the like button. That's my brother from another mother. I love Scott.
As you know, I have addressed this issue many times.
All right. Reclaiming my time. In that same meeting with the fraudsters, Mr. Attorney General, you took aim at the Minnesota Department of Education. You stated that the Minnesota Department of Education had fought the nonprofit in very disgusting ways, in a very racist, xenophobic, and Islamophobic manner. You actually asked for the names of all these folks who are just hung up and offered to call the Minnesota Department of Education to, quote, demand some explanations. We now know that when you made these comments, the Biden DOJ was working with the Minnesota Department of Education, and that their work exposed the massive fraud ring. Pretty bad look for you, sir. Either you were oblivious to what was going on under your nose, or worse, you were trying to obstruct the work of the Minnesota Department of Education. So I can see the time is getting short. Mr. Chairman, we are left with two questions. One, what did Governor Walz and Keith Ellison know about the fraud? And two, when did they actually know it?
Yes, sir.
I would suggest that if they do not give direct and truthful answers to both these questions at this hearing, then they both need to be put under oath in a deposition.
I agree.
This is a serious thing, Mr. Attorney General. You are the only one who thinks protecting taxpayer dollars is political. Mr. Ellison, my concern is that you actively obstructed this investigation in exchange for campaign donations, a quid pro quo. If these concerns are proven to be true, you should be disbarred and you should go to jail. I yield back.
Gentleman
Put a
yields
one in
back.
the
Chair
chat.
now rec-
Put a one in the chat if you believe with that. If you did take campaign donations, you should be disbarred and go to jail. Keith Ellison on the hot seat. Perfect Timing Podcast. Back with the blast and out with a dash. Let's go.
All right. Reclaiming my time. In that same meeting with the fraudsters, Mr. Attorney General, you took aim at the Minnesota Department of Education. You stated that the Minnesota Department of Education had fought the nonprofit in very disgusting ways, in a very racist, xenophobic, and Islamophobic manner. You actually asked for the names of all these folks who are just hung up and offered to call the Minnesota Department of Education to, quote, demand some explanations. We now know that when you made these comments, the Biden DOJ was working with the Minnesota Department of Education and that their work exposed the massive fraud ring. Pretty bad look for you, sir. Either you were oblivious to what was going on under your nose, or worse, you were trying to obstruct the work of the Minnesota Department of Education. So I can see the time is getting short. Mr. Chairman, we are left with two questions. One, what did Governor Walz and Keith Ellison know about the fraud? And two, when did they actually know it? I would suggest that if they do not give direct and truthful answers to both these questions at this hearing, then they both need to be put under oath in a deposition. This is a serious thing, Mr. Attorney General. You are the only one who thinks protecting taxpayer dollars is political. Mr. Ellison, my concern is that you actively obstructed this investigation in exchange for campaign donations, a quid pro quo. If these concerns are proven to be true, you should be disbarred and you should go to jail. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Ms. Norton from Washington, D.C.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is critical that the federal government support people who need assistance with food, housing.
Oh my God, we don't want to hear that shit. Sit your ass down. Have several seats. How you still alive in that office? How old is you? Sit your ass down. Have several seats. We don't hear that shit. Keith Ellison is going to prison. Put a one in the chat if Keith Ellison should be prosecuted. Lock him up. Lock him up. Put a one in the chat. Keith Ellison, Tim Walz, Omar, Jacob Fry. Put a one in the chat if they should be locked. Look at it. Lock him up. Lock him up. Lock him up. Double tap hit the like button. Put a one in the chat if they should be prosecuted. Pam Bondi. Look at the pod. Somebody tag Pam Bondi right now. Prosecute and lock him up. Lock him up. Hashtag lock him up. Ilhan Omar, $30 million richer. Keith Ellison donated to his campaign. Tim Walz, keep the money flowing. Walz, Water Walz. Let's call him Tim Water Walz. Keep the money flowing, Walz. That's his name. When we tried to stop the money, Tim Walz said, no, keep the money rolling, 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 rolling. The Somali fraud is rolling. Keep them fraudulent rolling, rolling. Somali fraud is rolling. Tim Walz is rolling. Somali fraud is rolling. Roll high. Walz Grill on Minnesota federal funds, fraud and heated hearing. During a House Oversight Committee hearing, Republicans accused Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison of overlooking fraud risks and federal benefits like child nutrition and Medicaid, potentially costing up to $9 billion. Y'all heard it here. $9 billion, allegedly. The focus was with Feeding Our Future scandal, where organizers allegedly stole over $250 million, claiming meals for $9 non-existent children. So you heard about the daycare centers where they lied about kids in the daycare centers. You heard about the autistic centers where they lied about kids having autism. And you heard about the Medicaid fund where they have houses and lie about people being in the houses taking care of them. But then it started with the Feeding Our Future, 250 million. So how many levels of fraud? How many levels of fraud on the wall? How many levels of fraud? How many levels of fraud on the wall? You take one down and pass it around. Somali then frauded us all around. Somali then frauded us all around. Recent anti-fraud measures, while denying directives to ignore fraud over racism concerns, exchanges grew tense with pointed questions on court orders, whistleblower retaliation, and even definitions like, what is a woman? What is a woman? What is a woman? What is a woman? Yeah, yeah, yeah. 54% of Somalians are on food stamps. 81% of them have a family member on Medicaid. 87% of those charged Minnesota fraud scheme all are Somalian.
Yeah, I believe they're on that path. Yes.
I'm just curious by what metric you'd come to that conclusion. I just looked at some hard data. And do you have any idea what percentage of the native-born Minnesotans believe the 70,000 strong Somali community as a whole has made a positive impact on your state?
I do.
So you'd be the opinion, fair to say, that the Somali community has successfully assimilated and is making Minnesota better?
Yeah, I believe they're on that path.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm just curious by what metric you'd come to that conclusion. I just looked at some hard data. And do you have any idea what percentage of the native-born Minnesotans, all races, live in poverty in your state right now?
I don't have specifically.
I'll share it with you. It's 8%. For the Somali community, it's 52%. How about receiving food stamps? Same
I don't
thing.
know.
All right, I'll run it down with you. It's 7%, and then compared to 54% in the Somali community, and then don't have at least a high school diploma. For all Minnesotans, it's 5%. Somali community, it's 39%. One family member at least on Medicaid, it's 18% for Minnesota, 73% for the Somali community, and receiving welfare of some form, it's 21%. And that's 81% for the Somali community. Governor, do you happen to know what the percentage is of all those who have currently been charged in this staggering social services fraud scheme were native-born Minnesotans? What percentage?
I do not have that.
I think it was 85 out of 98, which comes out to 13% Minnesotan and 87% Somali Minnesotan. So I think this is an instance perhaps of where woke gets slapped by data. Governor, there's been billions stolen over 7+ years right under your nose. And really, there's only two explanations. It's either you were in on it or you weren't smart enough to see it. It's either criminal negligence or wild incompetence. And the only way this kind of fraud can reach this scale is if there's people in power that are colluding and collaborating and willfully blinding themselves to the realities around them. And in oversight, when we do investigations, it's rare for us to have whistleblowers because they face retribution and punishment and resentment, and they can be ostracized, and it's difficult and it's uncomfortable, and sometimes it's even dangerous. So when we have when we're having an investigation and we have even a couple of whistleblowers, it's very valuable to us because they provide invaluable insight. Do you have any idea how many whistleblowers are working from Minnesota are working with the Oversight Committee?
I do not. We have our own strong protections in the OLA, the independent.
Well, and it's 30. I mean, I haven't seen that in 5+ years in Congress, 30. Governor, on September 16th, 2020.
Wow. And he's acting like he's dumbfounded. He don't know 30 whistleblowers. Did you guys know that? 30 whistleblowers.
I'm the governor of Minnesota, Congressman.
You know what
I'm not here to be your prop for your obsession.
So
I
if you
taught middle
can't
school your
define what a
obsession.
woman is, you certainly can't define what fraud is. If you can't even define what a woman is, you can't define fraud. How much money was spent on autism in Minnesota in 2017, Governor?
I don't have those numbers in front of me, Congresswoman.
Did you prepare for this hearing today? Did you
I
do
did.
any
I
preparation
take
for this hearing
Congress
today?
seriously.
And you've seen the numbers about autism fraud in Minnesota. So we're going to do some Minnesota math with you today, okay? Are you ready? How much money was spent on 2017 for autism in Minnesota? How much?
I don't know. I wasn't the governor.
Okay. Did you not just say that you prepared for this hearing today? $1 million, okay? A quick Google search or using your AI could tell you $1 million was spent. How much money was spent on autism in Minnesota in 2024?
I don't have the number in front of me.
Were you governor in 2024?
I was, but I'm not the
Okay,
head
so
of
your
HHS.
excuse before that you didn't know what 2017 autism numbers were because you were not governor, and today you can't answer the numbers about 2024 as governor, and you still said you prepared for this hearing today. It's unbelievable. $343 million.
What a hell of an increase. Y'all hear that jump? Y'all hear that increase under Tim Walz? How much money was spent? Double tap, hit the like button.
State under your law that you signed about a year and a half ago.
Every day.
What is a woman? Have you learned that lesson? Do you know what a woman is?
I'm the governor of Minnesota.
And but he was licensed in your state under your law that you signed about a year and a half ago.
Every day we give licenses and people speed. So we ticket them and try and stop that. What I'm telling you is I don't understand the connection between.
He's here illegally. He can't read. And he got a license under your provisions, and he's driving all across the country, imperiling everybody else. And but he was licensed in your state under your law that you signed about a year and a half ago.
Every day we give licenses and people speed. So we ticket them and try and stop that. What I'm telling you is I don't understand the connection between.
He's here illegally. He can't read, and he got a license under your provisions, and he's driving all.
Driver license for all. California, Colorado, Trump's transportation department has withheld hundreds of millions of dollars from sanctuary cities who are giving out driver's license. I played a video last week why they give out driver's license for all, because in Minnesota, if you present with a driver's license, they let you do what, chat? It starts with the V. If you present with the driver's license after Tim Walz signed into law, driver's license for all, who watch my channel, who a member of my channel, who subscribe, double tap hit the like button. In Minnesota, if you present the license, now keep in mind, anybody can get a license in Minnesota. If you present that at the polls, what can you do in Minnesota? It starts with the V. It starts with the V. It doesn't matter if you're a citizen or not. If you have a driver's license, and anyone can get a driver's license in Minnesota, what else can you do besides drive in Minnesota? And it starts with the V. And the picture becomes crystal clear about the fraud. Hey, there you go, Eric. There you go, Jody. There you go. The picture becomes crystal clear about why that billions of dollars was funneled into the Somali community, right? It becomes crystal clear. What was it about? Biden, Kamala Harris, why did you open the borders? The picture becomes crystal clear, right? We now understand what was all about. You don't want to talk about it? You don't want to talk about it, good old Timmy? Good old Timmy, because you know what we know, huh? And what did Candace Owens say? If you know, you know, huh? If you know, you know. That's what Candace Owens say. If you know, you know.
Okay. Did you
I
do
did.
any
I
preparation
take
for this hearing
Congress
today?
seriously.
And you've seen the numbers about autism fraud in Minnesota. So we're going to do some Minnesota math with you today, okay? Are you ready? How much money was spent on 2017 for autism in Minnesota? How much?
I don't know. I wasn't the governor.
Okay. Did you not just say that you prepared for this hearing today? $1 million, okay? A quick Google search or using your AI could tell you $1 million was spent. How much money was spent on autism in Minnesota in 2024?
Can y'all see the numbers at the bottom? So before Tim took office, it was 1 million. After Tim Walz took office and Ilhan Omar, Biden, Tim Walz programs, they were paying out $343 million. And nobody said, damn, that's a lot of money for people who's already on welfare. Keep in mind, the community that received this money was already being subsidized by the American people 80%. They was already 80% on welfare. What the fuck was they doing getting this money? 300, it went from 1 million to, can y'all see that at the bottom?
I don't have the number in front of me.
Were you governor in 2024?
I was, but I'm not the
Okay,
head
so
of
your
HHS.
excuse before that you didn't know what 2017 autism numbers were because you were not governor, and today you can't answer the numbers about 2024 as governor. And you still said you prepared for this hearing today. It's unbelievable. $343 million was spent in 2024. What percent increase is that from 1 million to 343 million? What percentage increase is that?
I'm not here to be your prop. Go ahead and tell me.
Are you governor of Minnesota or not?
Yes, I am. I'm
Okay,
not.
well, when
not a
I'm
prop
governor of
for a
South
member of
Carolina,
Congress.
you can sure as hell bet that I'm going to know the math. The math is 34,200% increase. An increase.
Holy shit. 34,000% increase. That's what you get when you vote for a Democrat. They're doing it right now in Virginia. They're doing it right now in New York. They just did it in California. My wife today said, you know what, Daddy? Gas is going up even higher in California. And they just pulled out that it's going to go up even higher in California.
Increase of 343 times what it was in this time period. Do you know the number of children in Minnesota?
I know that Minnesota ranked as a top 3 state for
What
children
is the
in the last
total
year.
population in Minnesota?
5.7 million.
Okay. What is the total population of children in Minnesota?
I don't have the number in front of me right
Are
now.
you governor of Minnesota?
I know 400,000 were cut out of health care last
Okay,
week by
that's
the
not-
actions you made.
Are you governor of Minnesota?
I am.
And you don't know the number of children
I
residing
don't
in
have the
Minnesota?
specific numbers.
What do you have? I don't think he's prepared for the game. What did he have? Straight up though, not even being mean to him. What did he have? I don't think he had anything. He was not prepared. He was not prepared. Let me talk about Crockett. Let me talk about Crockett. Because my wife is going to be coming in. My kid's going to be coming in. Texas primaries, oust Crenshaw and Crockett, set Senate runoff. State Republican Steve Toth defeated 4-time Representative Dan Crenshaw 57 to 42% in the GOP primary for Texas 2nd District, ending Crenshaw's reelection bid amid conservative criticism over Ukraine and bipartisan deals. On the Democratic side, State Representative James Tellerico won the U.S. Senate nomination 53%, 47% over Representative Jasmine Crockett, who conceded and pledged unity despite alleged voter disenfranchisement in Dallas County. Republicans face a May 26 Senate runoff between Senator John Cornyn, 49%, and Attorney General Ken Paxton, 48%, after heavy spending highlighted party tensions, while other races like Al Green and Tony Gonzalez head toward runoffs amid record turnout over 4 million. Americans can thank Texas for putting a stop to never-ending antics of these two buffoons. Fire, Jasmine Crockett, fire. Who did this? She gonna be working at Popeyes now. Jasmine Crockett.
Bust that on a beat, bro. Deep boat in rap. He a freak, though. Man down. Call that ambulance. Tell him breathe.
Jasmine Crockett new job. This Jasmine Crockett new job right here, man. Shout out to the hey, let me get a 2P. Let me get peace. Give me peace. Give me peace. Give me peace. Jasmine Crockett, brand new job, man. Who knew where she was gonna work at, man? Give me peace. Give me peace. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Jasmine Crockett fired, but when shut down the government 43 days, did not care that no one got paid, shut down the government for 43 days, did not care that the government didn't get paid. She got paid. Keep in mind, she got paid. Yeah, both of y'all got fired. Both of y'all got fired, man. She got paid. When was this? She got paid. Let's check this.
Oh, he's too slow, Navy SEAL. It's funny, Dan, how you said you're tall. I'm small, but I'm so much taller than you, Dan. I'm so much bigger than you. You're a little sad little boy. I'm the little one. Yeah, imagine me calling you out because you're a globalist. Oh, I got a job. I work for the Blaze. I make a lot of money. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do, Dan. Yeah, I make a lot of money. Yeah, I'm a loser.
This is the guy who tells veterans about their service.
Yeah, because those are weapons of mass destruction that didn't exist. I'm anti-war. Yeah. I'm anti-war because I don't believe. Did you guys find any weapons of mass destruction?
As a matter of fact, we did.
Oh, where was? Oh, what weapons of mass destruction?
You're actually going to go down this route, Alex.
Yeah, because we don't have any weapons of mass destruction.
You're looking like a fool right now.
You know, a lot of people talk shit about me and say how the Republicans are going to turn their back on me. They don't understand that I'm conservative. I was raised Southern Baptist, Christian conservative. It's not about Trump. It's not about the things that you may think it's about, right? It's not about the colorful, popular things. It's about the way my grandmother raised me. And what we keep consistently seeing is the Democrats doing what everybody tries to scare Black MAGA about. Everybody want to scare Black MAGA. Oh, Black MAGA, they don't want you, Black MAGA. You know, they got blue MAGA now. Oh, Black MAGA, they're going to turn their back on you. But what is really happening? The Democrat Party is pulling the rug out from underneath all of the Black Democratic left. Jasmine Crockett did get just stabbed in the back by the DNC. Tallarico raised like 1,000 times more money. Jasmine Crockett had 5 million. Tallarico had like 25 million. It was or 70 million. It was no 25 million. The Republicans spent 70 million. It was no way Jasmine Crockett could compete when the DNC put their money and everything behind Tallarico and basically said a Black woman can't win in this climate. Why do the Democrats get away with that? Why is it okay for the Democrats to be honest, but we can't be honest? The Democrats can straight up throw Jasmine Crockett under the bus and put their money behind a white male pastor and basically signify and say that a Black woman can't win. So we're not going to support. And they set her up on Colbert. Colbert lied. CBS lied. Y'all remember Trump sued CBS and got, what was it, 16 million, 17? He sued CBS and ABC. One got 16. Remember, they set her up and nobody even knew who James Tallarico was. No one knew he was not a viable candidate before the Colbert DNC psyop. It was a psyop. Yeah, they played Jasmine Crockett, and she didn't even see it coming. Every day they say, "Oh, you a Republican? They're gonna get you." You instead of worrying about Republicans do to Black MAGA, you should be watching your ass. Instead of worrying about what Republicans do to Black MAGA, you should be watching your ass as a Democrat on the fucking plantation. You are on the fucking plantation, Jasmine Crockett. Don't be surprised when they pick the white man over you. You on the Dixiecrats, the party of the Ku Klux Klan, the Democrats, the Dixiecrats. Don't be surprised. I'm not surprised. Surprise, surprise. Democrats played Jasmine Crockett in front of her, in front of you, in front of the world. Played Democrats, threw her under the bus, made her look like a fool after she believed she had the support of the DNC. But they told her not to run for Senate. See, what you don't know is Jasmine Crockett was fired. Jasmine Crockett was fired when Greg Abbott won the Supreme Court bid to successfully redistrict those 5 seats. That was the end of Jasmine Crockett's career. The DNC told her, we will not back you in the district because you cannot beat the Republican incumbent. When Jasmine Crockett got the news that she was done, When they lost those 5 seats, 43-day shutdown, Chuck Schumer, socialist left, Jasmine Crockett was done. When she got that news that her seat, that's why they went all the way to the Supreme Court. California tried to get the 5 seats back. Jasmine Crockett still lost her seat. And the DNC told her, you're done. We're not going to support you in the 33rd district. And Jasmine Crockett on her own launched a Senate race, a Senate campaign, because she had no choice. She was fired. Jasmine Crockett on her own launched a Senate campaign without the support and backing of the DNC because she was fired. There was a problem, though, that I taught my audience. See, what I do is here I go deep. What did I tell my audience? Back when she first launched her campaign, what did I tell my audience? I said she would lose. I said Jasmine Crockett would lose, and she was effectively fired. Why did I say that? Because my research revealed to me that Texas has not sent a Democrat to the Senate in over 30 years, whether they were blue, purple, brown, or green. Whether they were short, tall, male, female, or small. I do not like them on the bus. I do not like them with Gus. I do not like Jasmine Sam I am. I do not like Jasmine Crockett I am. I do not like her on a train. I do not like her on a plane. I will not vote for Jasmine Crockett, Maine. I will not vote for Jasmine Crockett, Maine. See, no one has gone to the Senate from Texas in over 30 years. And I knew that it would damn sure not be Jasmine Crockett. Do you understand what I'm saying? The first Democrat that Texas sends to the Senate in 30 years was never, ever, ever, never, ever, never, ever, was never going to be Jasmine Crockett. Never going to be Jasmine Crockett. I told you that months ago. I told you she was fired. She's been fired ever since those 5 seats, ever since Greg Abbott won the Supreme Court and was able to legally redistrict her seat. He was effectively fired. Trump fired her. When Trump told Greg Abbott to redistrict Jasmine Crockett's seat for talking shit, Trump fired Jasmine Crockett. She's been fired. You are just now coming to the realization that she's fired, but she's been fired. Trump fired Jasmine Crockett. Double tap hit the like button. Double tap hit the like button. Trump fired Jasmine Crockett. And she didn't know it, so the DNC had to remind her that she was fired. She didn't know she was fired, so the DNC had to remind her that she was fired, and they would not put money behind her. And they chose Tallarico over her. It was so sad that it had to go down in public. It shouldn't have. You might say it didn't have to, but it did. Maybe it was her arrogance. Maybe it was her arrogance that caused the downfall and demise in such a way, right? Which is truly, truly unfortunate. But MAGA knew the climate. MAGA knew the climate. I could have told you this months ago, just like I told you there is no blue wave. 2026, the Democrats have no chance. 2028, the Democrats have no chance. There is no blue wave. And it is very sad, but it is very true. Jasmine is done. She was fired by Trump, and there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can do about it. Just accept it. And this should get you prepared for what 2026 is going to look like. You should be prepared for what 2026 is going to look like. And are you surprised after watching Tim Walz and Keith Ellis' testimony?
Just spoken with Dallas County Judge Clay Jenkins, who tells us that voting is now extended until 9 p.m. for Democrats
In Dallas County.
In Dallas County, okay. So that's the latest word from County Judge Clay Jenkins. We're getting confirmation on that, but right now it looks like voting for Democrats in Dallas County extended until 9 p.m. Republicans,
7 p.m.
the cutoff is still 7 p.m. as far as we know.
Yeah,
We'll keep
And she still lost. And she still lost. They extended voting for Democrats. You know what I'm saying? Because some people think Democrats, which is mostly black in that district, always run late. You know what I'm saying? So that, I guess that was a colored people tax, you know. They need a couple more hours. Democrats, the Republicans, they already knew the Republicans would get voted in time. This is James Tellerico, who just won Texas Democrat primary for U.S. Senate. This is who the DNC sees as the future of the Democratic Party, a pastor who believes trans children are God's children. Can't make this shit up. Double tap at the like button.
Trans children are God's children, made in God's own image. There's nothing wrong with them. Nothing at all. They are perfect, they are beautiful, and they are sacred. Bullying children is immoral. It's a sin, a special kind of sin. Trans children are God's children.
This is who the DNC sees as the future. I can't make it up. They just put $20 million behind him. They just took the feet out from underneath Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett used to be on Colbert all the time. Jasmine Crockett was the darling. And instead, they're going with a guy who believes what he just said. I'm not even going to repeat it. I'm not even going to repeat what he just said. I'll let y'all hear what he said. But this Jasmine.
You just voted to do it.
Y'all did it first, so you don't want to talk about
voted to do it.
Order.
I'm trying to get clarification.
Look at, calm down. Calm
No,
down.
no, because this
I
is
would
what
like to
y'all
get
do.
through proceedings.
So I'm trying to get
Miss
clarification.
Crockett, you're not
You don't wanna
recognized.
play
Miss
games.
I can't hear
Crockett.
you with your
And you
yelling.
don't want
Calm
me to be-
down.
No,
Can you please calm
don't
down?
tell me to calm down.
Calm down.
Because y'all
Please
talk
calm
noise,
down.
and then you
You're
can't
out of
take it.
control.
Because if I
Look,
come,
Chairman,
if I
can
come
we
and
send
talk
outside to
shit
take a
about
break
her,
for 5
y'all
minutes?
gonna have a problem.
Mr.
Order.
Chairman.
All right,
All right.
Chair.
I don't know why
Okay.
you're
Order.
acting
Chair
like
now
that.
recognizes
Not cute.
Miss Green for 4 minutes and 21 seconds. 4 minutes. Let Miss Green talk, and then you all can. I'll recognize.
But I
someone on
moved
this
to
side.
strike her words for a second time based on her second set of personal remarks attacking another member.
Who? Chairman Comer.
Because you all cannot
I have an
seem
amendment at
to
the desk,
apply
and this
the rules
sideshow
of the
needs to
committee.
stop.
We have to do this every time.
Hey,
before
I'm
we-
recognized. I'm recognized. I'm going to go ahead and start talking.
Look, I know. Look, I don't know if you've noticed it. I have 2 hearing aids. I'm very deaf. I'm not understanding. Everybody's yelling. I'm doing the best I can. Can we not recognize Miss Green and let
We
her get?
cannot because of the rules of the committee, Mr. Chair. That is what I'm trying to communicate in the present moment.
We have a Okay, what's the motion? What's
The motion.
Okay. Double tap. I'm starving, baby. I haven't ate all day. My beautiful wife just came in. That shit made me smile, man. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Get them likes up. Let's see if we get the 300 likes, man. Let's see if we can get the 300.
You just voted to do it.
Y'all did it first, so you don't want
Here go Tellerico.
Defending trans Texans is something we have to do every day. Before we go further, I want to acknowledge that our trans community needs abortion care too. Defending trans Texans is something we have to do every day. Before we go further,
It's just a repeat. It just repeats that over and over, just so you know who this guy is. Wow, that's who the Democrats are supporting, man. Oh man, let's go. Oh, wait a minute. Jasmine Crockett in tears after humiliating election loss. Double tap, hit the like button. Jasmine Crockett on the
No one. I gotta get through this. 6 years ago, no one believed.
Trump news. Give it Democrats the boo blues. Give it Democrats the boo blues.
I gotta get through this. 6 years ago, no one believed that I could become a state representative. No one. I gotta get through this. 6 years ago, no one believed that I could become a state representative. No one.
No one. Nobody does it better.
I gotta get through this. 6 years ago, no one believed that I could become a state representative.
They didn't double tap it the like button. What did they believe? Did they believe you was fired? Jasmine Crockett fired. James Tellerico, the new Democrat leader, double tap it the like button.
Do you know any undocumented immigrants?
No, I do not.
When I was a teacher on the west side of San Antonio, I taught a lot of students who were undocumented. And I don't want to stereotype, but those students tended to be the most patriotic, the hardest working students that I had in the classroom. And again, I have...
They shouldn't have been in the classroom. It costs money. You cost money. If you're a teacher in America, you costing me money. What are you talking? I don't care how hard they work. I don't care how smart they was. Take they smart, hard-working ass back to their goddamn country. What the hell is he talking about? What the hell is he talking about? Unfucking believable. They were some of the hard-working people. They don't belong here. Taxpayer dollars, man. Everybody always want to pay teachers more motherfucking money. That's why I say no, don't pay them teachers no more motherfucking money. You don't know how much teachers make. Teachers make hell of a money and they got fucking a pension. You don't have a pension. You don't know. They don't work all day. They don't work in the summer. They talk all in bitch and wine. Teachers got a great fucking life. He a fucking politician now. And you want to give teachers more money. This motherfucker talking about, I had a lot of immigrant students. They were the most, shut that motherfucking school down. Shut that school down. And take that money and spend it on American citizen children. Easy, slam dunk, easy. That was easy peasy. Easy motherfucking peasy.
In Antonio, I taught a lot of students who were undocumented. And I don't want to stereotype.
You taught a lot of students who were undocumented and you don't want to stereotype. Motherfucker, what I want you to do is not be an elected official. I need you to get the fuck out of government because you are on fucking Mars, brother. You are not hearing the American people. You don't know where we are at all. You are not on the range. Home on the range where this weird Adam's whole play. What are you talking about? You taught a lot of you shouldn't have been teaching there. You should have called ICE. You should have called the federal government and said this school needs to be shut down and this money could be properly more spent better on American children who happen to be citizens, parents who work and pay taxes and shit like that. Holy moly, Batman. He want to be a government official. Holy moly, Batman. He want to work for the government. Unbelievable. He said he taught a lot of, you can't make this shit up.
On the west side of San Antonio, I taught a lot of students who were undocumented. And I don't want to stereotype, but those students tended to be the most patriotic, the hardest working students that I had in the classroom. And again, I haven't stated this enough to say this definitively, but there are interpretations of certain passages from the Torah where some folks will even say that there is some subtle instructions for how to perform an abortion in the ancient world, certain things to drink, things like that. Before we go further, I want to acknowledge that our trans community needs abortion care too. Defending trans Texans is something we have to do every day at the state capitol. And you better believe I'll be giving sermons on that too. I want us all to be aware of is that modern science obviously recognizes that there are many more than two biological sexes. In fact, there are 6. Is both masculine and feminine.
Man, I can't do it no more on my channel, man. I can't do it no more on my channel, y'all. I can't do it no more. He just said 6. I can't do it no more, man. I can't do it, man. He said 6, man. He said 6. I can't do it. This is a conservative Republican channel. I can't do it, man. I can't do it. He said 6. That's who they fired Jasmine Crockett for. Oh, man. Oh, 6, 7. 6, 7. It's about 6, 7. Oh, man. No, I can't do it, man. This is a concern. Man, my grandmother watching me from above. Man, my mama and my grandmother, they slapped the dog shit. I can't play that shit no more. Oh, man. Oh, man. Look at the people. Jasmine Crockett voters are not taking this well, y'all.
I cannot believe this is happening to our country. Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves, Governor Abbott. All y'all. Shame. Shame on you guys. This is ridiculous. You're going to do whatever you can to. This is not America.
Trump news, giving Democrats the blues, giving Democrats the blues. Double time, hit the like button. Let's get up to 300 likes, man. Get me up to 300 likes, man. Let's go.
This is not America. Okay, I'm so upset. I cannot believe this is happening to our country. Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves, Governor Abbott. All y'all. Shame on you guys. This is ridiculous. You're gonna do whatever you can to suppress our votes. You already gerrymandered everything. And you just gotta make.
What did she say? What did she say?
Press our votes. You already gerrymandered everything.
What does he say?
Ridiculous. You're gonna do whatever you can to suppress our votes. You already gerrymandered everything. And you just gotta make it worse. You just gotta make it harder, huh? That's okay. I still fucking voted, you bastards. This is not America.
Do you love me? Do you love me? Come on. I know you love me. Come on. I know you love me. Double tap. Hit the like. I know you love me. Do me a favor. Everybody watching right now. Hey. I can't even get it up. I'm trying to ask you to. We're going to do that. Can we clip that? Clip that. We need to clip that. We need to clip that. Clip that. Clip that. Clip that. We need, when she screamed, that need to be whenever people donate like $100 or $50, I need to hit a button and you get to see her scream, "This is not America." Double hit the like, man. Do me a big favor, man. Hit the like button, man. We gonna watch. I'm gonna entertain you, man. Who else is entertaining you like this, man? We gonna hit that like button, man. This is not America, man. Look at her face, man. Giving Democrats the blues, man.
This is not America.
Where is it? You look like you in Somalia. You look like you in Somalia with that shit on your head. Take that shit off your head. You in the back seat in Dallas. Sit your ass down. Have several seats talking about you. This ain't America. Where is you then? With that goddamn Erykah Badu shit on your head. Take that damn shirt off your damn head.
This is not America! Okay, I'm so upset.
Is you?
I cannot believe this is happening to our country. Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves, Governor Abbott. All y'all. Shame. Shame. Shame on you guys. This is ridiculous. You're going to do whatever you can to suppress our votes. You already gerrymandered everything. You just got to make it worse. You just got to make it harder, huh? That's okay. I still fucking voted, you bastards. This is not America!
Ooh, this is not America. Oh my God. Man, you can't even. Oh, look at that. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. Hey, they all out of work. They all working. Hey, it's like it's work at the post office. Nah, it's work at the Somalian office, man. It's work at the post office. Nah, it's work at the Somalia. Accepted applications, the Leering Center. And this is too much, man. I got the best podcast, man. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. She went to Rhodes College. She's a Rhodes Scholar. I mean, you know how people joke, you know, at Seinfeld, we sit at the table, eating some tuna fish, you know what I'm saying, some gefilte fish, you know what I'm saying? We sitting at the table in the little delicatessen, the kosher delicatessen, and we eating some tuna fish, some gefilte fish on halal bread, and well, and you make a joke and say, what do you think? You're a Rhodes Scholar? Do you think you're a Rhodes Scholar? Jasmine Crockett actually is a Rhodes Scholar. Yeah, man, you know how you make that joke. You think you're smart, huh? What are you, a Rhodes Scholar? Yeah, she is. Yeah, her high school tuition, her high school education cost her $250,000. Her Rhodes College was like, y'all put it in the chat. Like, her education in total cost $1 million. It cost her family $1 million to get her law degree, her total. And she's not from Houston. She's not from Dallas. She's from East St. Louis. How many people knew that? She's not from Dallas. She's not from Texas. Yeah, she's from East St. Louis. She's not no sister girl. So when you hear her do the black girl, sister girl, that's phony. And black women should feel insulted. It's phony and black women should feel insulted because that's not her vernacular. She was raised in an affluent suburban $1 million home and community and received a $1 million education. She don't know nothing about that sister girl stuff that she purports.
I just witnessed real life voter suppression in
300 likes. Let's go. Thank you so much.
Dallas County today at Harry Stone Recreation Center. I want to make it very clear that Harry Stone Recreation Center nor staff had anything to do with what I witnessed. This is solely an issue with the Board of Elections, I believe. I was told by the poll workers that they were informed when they showed up to work the poll this morning that the location that they were at had been changed on the same day from being a location where both Democratic and Republican primaries could be voted on to a Republican-only location. The voters nor the workers were notified of this change prior to arriving at the recreation center to vote. The poll worker let me know that about 50% of the people who came to vote were not Republican only and had to be turned away. And so the chances of those Democratic primary voters going back to find another location to vote are slim to none. This whole thing is so shady.
I don't think it would have mattered, baby girl. I don't think it would matter, sadly. He was done. Oh, shit. Oh man. The internet is undefeated, man. The internet is undefeated, man. Double tap, man. Hit the like button, man. Double tap, hit the like button. Breaking news, it's official. Al Green has lost the primary election. That's a three-peat. Crockett, Crenshaw, Green. And it sounds like an R&B, TLC, CCG, all out. They can start making music. They should start a new group, CCG, because they all fired. Jasmine Crockett, Jasmine Crockett fired.
Fred has already stated, we encourage each and every one of you to remain resilient. We cannot allow this type of behavior to be rewarded, because so long as they know that they can win, even if it means cheating, then they will continue to do it. So I am asking you, I am begging you to make sure that you go ahead and figure out where it is that you are supposed to vote, stand in line, wait in line. Fred has already stated, we encourage each and every one of you.
Didn't help. And they gave him 2 extra hours. They gave him 2 extra hours. They gave him 2 extra hours, and she proceeded to concede.
So that's my news, is that we're not going to have election results tonight, in my opinion, based upon what specifically is taking place in Dallas County. Unfortunately, this is what Republicans like to do. And so they specifically targeted Dallas County, and I think we all know why. So I want you to enjoy yourselves, but I won't be back tonight because I have no idea of when we're going to get results, and I fully anticipate it won't be until tomorrow. So I love y'all too. Thank you so very much for being here. Love you down. I love you down, Dallas. So that's my news, is that we're not going to have election results tonight.
No, you lost. You knew it. You lost. You lost, and you knew you lost. I don't like listening to him, man. That guy is out there. We're not listening. Okay, y'all. Great show today. Great show today. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you for supporting. Hitting the like button. We got 300 likes, man. Thank y'all so much, man. That's so big, man. Thank y'all. Pat yourself on the back, man. W chat, man. W chat. We got 300 likes. Man, I love you guys, man. Peace, love, and unity. God bless America. God bless Trump. God bless America. God bless Trump. God bless everyone in the chat. I pray that the message today was a blessing to everyone watching. I pray safe passage and the covering over everybody watching now. Love you guys. See you tomorrow at 1 p.m. Have a good night.